there. That arm is unstable. Not sure how long it's gonna hold. There's warning lights everywhere. Abort! Abort! We've lost...
It's 11:11. Make a wish. Welcome to the date. Today is the 27th of March, 2022, 11:11. Make your wish. I'll wait. All right. So, we don't have a lot to cover, but once again, it's all about, doing the job of the mundane, right? Because nobody wants to do the boring stuff. It's still 11:11. You can still make your wish. And at the same time, let us remember the people who are going through many things out there, right? Like, especially right now, because of what we see with these uh, sort of rumors of wars. It's still something that we have to keep in mind that affects us. Even though we see this stuff on the news and everything, it does affect us, right? So when we're talking about the whole, aspect of the mundane, we're talking about stuff that melanated people, my Israelite, shalom awam, shalom everybody. I love you. I'm glad that you're able to join. Please give a thumbs up and don't forget to subscribe. Um, Once again, the world here that we're living in, it seems very complicated, but it's not. Part of it is accepting to open your mind into learning outside the box. So this is what this is all about. So this post here, the date, I'm streaming educational, factual, unadulterated lessons from world Black history, finding solutions to surviving, basic instructions before leaving the planet Earth. Informational documentary streaming, historical educational media, Fair Act disclaimer, this site is for educational purposes only, fair use. So you can also take a look and pop by the date right here on my uh, personal blog. And of course, because so much is going on these days, right, in this state, rumor of war, and et cetera, it's important to keep up to date and at the same time educate. So we also have to be aware that with free speech, it's unfortunate, but free speech can get a lot of people in trouble these days, especially when you're talking about social media. So this is why I also check out other melanated social media, king and queen fam. For example, Blognuff. Blognuff is probably one of the best I've come to check out in a long, like since the beginning of web or social media per se, right? It's like a black Facebook type of thing. And yeah, you can actually put your opinions out to folks who are just like you. And that's important, right? Because when you have folks who are, willing to police your words, right? That also makes an effect on how we can make a difference and make a change, right? So yeah, check out Blagnuff. It's pretty cool in the sense that if you want to meet members who are got stuff going on, I also recommend Gab. Gab is like a kind of Facebookish site also that I recommend. It's pretty cool. You can actually have your say without people or without, let's say, the algorithm telling you you can't say this and this is false and etc. Because that's part of the war we're in right now, right? So I like to check out yeah, come check me out on at Gab. And also Bantu. Bantu is one of the best I would say YouTube-ish like sites that we can also go to, where you can create your own post. And once again, it's not as policed, or how can I say, you don't have as much of the lack of support, let's say, as you go elsewhere, right? So you can actually make a video, post it up. You can actually share videos, and yeah, let's grow this stuff, man, because eventually, I get a feeling that it's going to be a lot more intense with this whole situation of policing, and watching how we speak, censorship, right? This is one of the brilliant young brothers out there. Actually, it was through this guest here, this person here, Dwayne, as I see the name, and he also has his YouTube channel also, which is The Breakdown. And when I saw it, and of course, shout out to all the Israelites out there, all of you, whether you are GOCC, UIC, ISUPK, and I believe the Church of, is it the Church of Christ? Church of Christ. Hey, I love you all. We just have to agree that we can agree, not disagree. We have to agree. You dig? It's 11:16 p.m., 2022, March 27th. So definitely take a chance to check out uh, Bantube, because this is where, this is where it's happening. This is where we have a chance to make a difference, right? And put out our voice without being censored in any type of racial sense. So tonight I'm trying to try not to keep it as long as usual, right? But like I said, the mundane, sometimes we have to pick into that. And I find we, as the Israelites, black people, whatever you want to call us, right? We get to, like, I believe one of the things, or one of the reasons why uh, we're so malleable, right? We're so kind of easy to take in nice things, popular things, but we don't break out, or we haven't, let's say, we're not trying to evolve out of it, right? Like, for example, yeah, the guy who just passed this weekend from the band Foo Fighters, right? I was thinking, all our legends, and or the ones that we really like are the ones who unfortunately pass away. Only the good die young, we could say, but we don't know these artists, right? I mean, I remember when Nirvana came out, and I start to think that's when we were losing a lot more of the nostalgia of the past, because by the 90s, right, and this whole satanic panic, you look it up, we went so hardcore and went to a sort of a negative whirlwind in the 1990s. It was really insane. I was in my 20s. Once again, it was like 20 years after 1968, 1990, 1988, 1998, 30 years, and it was just dark. I'm sure a lot of people remember those days, right? We used to have the black hole sun and all this, I'm a loser, baby, and you're so something special, I'm a creep. You remember those things? That was some deep down, low, like vibrational music in those years. And then when the gangster rap came in, right? Forget about it. It was just a recipe for what is today's disaster. So I implore you, people, melanated people, black people, time to grow up and bust out of what we've considered norm, which is really not the norm for those of us who are a lot older than 25 and 30. Wouldn't we love it to see maybe a Nat King Cole come by, or another Bob Marley, or another Tupac? Imagine if Tupac was alive today, right? And you'd see him instead of, let's say, Kanye West talking about the Israelites. Oh, what? Well, this is why they had to whack him, right? It was for today. What's happening? Because they could have only imagined if we had maybe 100,000 Tupacs running around talking about the Israelites. So anyway, it's food for thought, and we just need to kind of. It's not to go back to the past. It's, if anything, let's reinvent, but let's also, let's not just give up hundreds of years of excellent culture, of everything that we can create, just to be on one tip, one movement. I love hip hop. I grew up. We invented it. I say, but look. 30 years. What's it bringing us? So with that, this is why I call this post, this episode, Blackott. Because what do people do when, let's say, they're not happy? And what we did in the past, we used to do something called boycott, right? And today it doesn't seem like it's worth it. Let's look up the word boycott for a second. But this is what they used to do in a time when, let's say, like we had to boycott uh, transportation, taking the buses, in light of what was going on with with the civil rights movement, and of course the people, the famous people that we do know, right, who were on the bus, and back in the 50s, not just one particular person, right, like Rosa Parks, but many. It came even just prior to that, that there was boycotts to the blacks of the time, the Negroes of the time, taking the bus. So in a way, I'm not saying like, well, let's go out and boycott hip hop, or let's go out and boycott anything, but let's get ready to, more or less protest in a very constructive and tangible way that shows results. And like they've been, like what the top powers have been doing with us, they've been choking our economics, all while we're still putting in to their businesses, right? They're choking us from gaining, but whatever we gain, we put in. So this is the type of thing we have to kind of get ready to, they're not going to be easy times regardless, but we can do more than just sit back and just like watch the world self-destruct around us, the world and people around us. And it's not just that, like, once again, it shouldn't be a racial thing, but there are folks out there, that's what they're about. They're born into this world, the generations, it's what it's about. For the, let's say, the average person out there, you and me, white or black, we don't necessarily care, but we buy into what other people say and what comes out of the media. So we're going to cover a few of these things tonight. So boycotting, basically, yeah, withdraw from commercial or social relations with a country, organization, or person. So you don't necessarily even need to throw sanctions on people, but it's almost like a sanction because you're not buying their shit, right? Only thing is, the difference is, uh, you're not trying to say, well, we're gonna punish you by holding their product or holding their money. We can't do that, right? But it's the other way around. We don't have to take that product, right? So it's something to start considering. All right, as a noun, a punitive ban that forbids relations with certain groups, cooperation with a policy, or the handling of goods, a boycott of negotiations. We will boycott all banks which take part in the loan scheme. Sounds simple, right? Well, it's not that simple because everybody still needs a bank today. However, there's enough people running out there saying there's going to be some changes, right? Let's see what this says. A boycott is an act of non-violent, voluntary abstention from a product, person, organization, or country as an expression of protest. It is usually for moral, social, political, or environmental reasons. The purpose of a boycott is to inflict some economic loss on a target or on the target, or to indicate a moral outrage, to try to compel the target to alter an objectionable behavior. The word was named after, you see, like I always say, there's, one thing about Esau, I have to say, when they had the age of enlightenment and all that, yeah, these people, man, they big themselves up and they say, hey, let me invent a word. You know what? If I want to do this, we call it boycott. So anyway, the word is named after Captain Charles Boycott. Okay, that's an interesting pick, but he looks like he's something like a boycott. Charles Cunningham Boycott was an English land agent whose ostracism by his local community in Ireland gave the English language the verb to boycott. He had served in the British Army, 39th Foot. All right. So something happened there where he's like, okay, this is not cool. I'm going to boycott. Agent of an absentee landlord in Ireland against whom the tactic was successfully employed after a suggestion by Irish nationalist leader Charles Stewart Parnell. Who's he? Was an Irish nationalist politician who served as a member of parliament. Okay, so good to the Irish. Are black Irish too, right? We never hear about them, but that was real. That must have been a lot of bros out there, right? Don't forget the word bro. Whenever you see a bro, see? Bro. So that's what's going on with that. Sometimes a boycott can be a form of consumer activism, sometimes called moral purchasing. Ethical consumerism is a type of consumer activism based on the concept of dollar voting. People practice it by buying ethically made products that support small scale manufacturers or local artisans and protect animals and the environment while boycotting products that exploit children. Oh, okay. You see? How come we don't look at this? This is why I kind of like to pick. I like to pick on Wiki, right? Because face it, in this generation, people are not reading full-size books like they used to, unless you're in a university. And even then, in the higher educations, it's all internet, right? So if anybody can come and say anything, hey, we got it from Wiki, right? Even though you can even have your skeptics, at least so far, this is the world's, it's what is it? The free encyclopedia, right? So sometimes a boycott can be a form of consumer activism, brand activism, sometimes called moral purchasing, right? So we got that. When a similar practice is legislated by a national government, it is known as a sanction. Remember that? I was just talking about that. Economic sanctions are commercial and financial penalties applied by one or more countries against a targeted self-governing state, group, or individual. Kind of like the Israelites, eh? We've been boycotted since when? Since 1442 and all this business, eh? Economic sanctions are not necessarily imposed because of the economic circumstances. Well, there's a lot to look into that. And of course, I implore you, once again, that's why it's mundane. All you strong men out there, you badass b-boys and all that, and this is for you boys and ladies inside who are locked up and inside, right? Sometimes you just need a little motivation. So I'm that old school bro, 50 plus, right? I'm a rocker, right? I'm a bro, right? I'm going to be here to show and share this with you, and I hope this implores you to go and even look up Wikipedia and finish this, because I'm not going to read all this shit all night, right? That'll take up too much time, but it's to get you going so you know where to look. So as you see the difference, right? So this stuff happened, boycott. So I call it Blackott. You dig? Blackott. We have to start blackcotting a lot of brands, people, products. Maybe we should just turn it into our version of cancel culture, which apparently I can't believe is actually happening in this day and age. Because you know what it reminds me of? You ever see, like, movies in Roman times, where back in the day, like they'd have like the gladiators and all this stuff, right? And then the Caesar would either give a thumbs up or a thumbs down. That's cancel culture for you. So when the crowd would be like, ah, and then Caesar puts his thumb down, yeah, kill. That's cancel. That's canceling to me. That's what I think. But in today's terms, they want to do it, but it's in a lot more, I guess, more refined, cultivated, cultured way, right? But cancel culture, fuck cancel culture, man. Like I said, I mean, I'm only talking as a Gen Xer, because Gen Xers, the thing with us, we're not all perfect, eh? But one thing I take pride in Gen X is that we saw like, so much debauchery, man, and so much shit happened before the Ys and during the Ys and X and millennials were born. We can't be quiet just like that anymore, because this shit, everything that goes on is affecting us, especially us. We're going to be seniors in the next like decade. We're next after the boomers, right? The boomers are the ones who are running the world down to the ground. Not all of them, but listen, they had a good time. They know their time is like wrapping up. Most of them are going on their 1940, it's 80 years now. So they're like, well, but I would implore boomers to be a lot more ballsy than they used to be. You guys really pussied out, right? It's like you guys went from one way to the other. You completely turned. It's like when Batman decides to go bad, right? Batman gets, or Superman. Superman at one moment decides to, when he gets all twisted with the, and he gets messed up with his Krypton, right? Right? He goes and he gets his ass kicked and he comes back to normal. But it's this kind of thing we've got going on in our culture, right? The bizarro type of thing. Anyways, I digress. Let's move on. Blackott is, yes, it is a big elephant to digest. And B1 need to get on point with what has been going on and still goes on and on around us everywhere, every time, anytime on our time. We need to cover every human right aspect of contemporary, late 80s, 90s, O's Black history, even on all the Mzungu devil levels. Outside of the century stale, self destructive Black culture narrative talking points, because all cultures indirectly derive from Black culture, innovation, and inventions. We should talk about addressing everything outside the Black box of propagated conditioning and non critical thinking. No more bamboozling. The nigga word. You know what I think about the nigga word? I just saw some posts going on, and we're still like, this is where we are now. 30 freaking years later, the nigga word. You dig where I'm coming from? Well, you know what? Just call them the same thing already with nigga vigor. I'm not joking. Just, hey, if people want to make it such a topic to say, hey, you know what? We really have to say the word, because I've heard all the arguments and I'm like, at the end of the day, okay, Israelites are now understanding that nigger is not a bad word, okay? Because it's literally like Niger, where we come from, and you have to look into the history of it, but that's the truth. During, I believe it was even in the 18th century, if not, right, when they started getting all intellectual and stuff, and when the Israelites were, how will I say, going, like the northern Israelites were running out and mixing with the rest of the world. Somewhere down the line, and coming into the later 18th, 19th centuries, hey, the word that just referred to us as a nigger, it turned negative because the intonation of it, right? When somebody says it and you hear the vitriol, it means that, okay, let's say, I'm going to use an example here. Okay, like the people from Tigray. All right, I'll just use that because they apparently are having a hellish time out there trying to exist. So if we were to say, Tigray, and turn that into a sort of how you say, a slur. So we can call them Tigra. So imagine that goes on for so long. Tigra, Tigra, hey, my Tigra, my Tigra, my Tigra. Okay, we know that it's going to be affiliated with the people who are Tigray, right? Because, so even if it's 100 years later and we say, hey, what's up, my Tigray, yo, Tigray, it's kind of like that with nigger, because it's a Black word. It's our word, not yours. You can call yourselves crackers day, night. You can give yourself a what do you call them? A wafer. You can call yourselves anything. Biscuit, right? Hey, you know what? Maybe we're going to have to start doing that back to you. But this time, and I noticed this because I used to do this when I'm growing, like I said, we were rock and roll. Back in the day when we used to rumble, you never heard that word, rumble. There, yeah. I mean, I would say rumbling went out in 1982, right? But hey, that's because it was still rock for everybody, right? You have to get the whole point here. So when we used to have, our little batoys with the rockers and all of that, right? Because of nigger, you know what? We used to call them niggers back, and they would never. They'd be like, "What?" It'd be like kind of like a spell. You know, if you had actual magic powers, right? You call a white person a nigger back, it'll be like their head will turn completely 360 and explode, right? Because they'll be like, "What? Wait, I'm telling you, it does work." So since people love saying it so much and they want to make it so ubiquitous, we'll call them back the same thing. But this time, say it like you mean it. So they can say, "Hey, my nigga," you could say, "My nigger." But I'm a white guy. You can't go, "No, you're a nigga too. You a nigga." And they'll be like, "Wow." And throw in cracker with it if you want. So you can have nigga cracker, right? With vigor, nigga vigor. But the whole point is here, we're in a point in this society where we're canceling, censorship. Censorship is canceling out. So the power of words, like I was saying in my last blog, is something that you really have to study. And it's not like even like when you're reading, some people say, well, don't cherry pick. No, speed reading means that you have to be able to pick out certain words and size it up. Just like speed writing. Speed reading is the same thing. And I am somebody who can go through something and read it through. So we're going to do this and we're going to practice this a bit. It's not cherry picking. You just want to get to the point. So thus with the nigger word, I'm getting to the point, because this is a how we say, a nothing burger, as they want to say. It's nothing really, right? Because yes, it's been around now for 30 years, and yeah, people have been saying it. It's been in the music, it's been bastardized. And that's our fault. It's Gen Xers' fault. Because like I said in my last blog, during those years in 1985, when those rockers were out there, heavy metal, and saying, we want to have the right to say fuck and this and that, right? That was a, how we say, a leeway for black culture, who already was not, the education was, it wasn't good in the States. There were not enough schools, right? Add that and throw lead in the water, what do you get? So we can still save our children, we can still save ourselves. We just have to be in tune with our environment. I can't believe, hey, let me get my Native Americans, my Inuits, Miigwech, First Nations, what's up with your water, bro? Like, this is what I'm saying. So it might be a difficult concept to figure out what it is that, how do we boycott and still get the advantage? Once again, maybe we have to start considering really buying from our own and building on that. But yes, it's going to be something difficult, but I'm telling you, you're going to have to get with it, because it's going to change a lot faster. And I'll show you why, that we're going to see a more difficult time ahead. I don't want to focus only on that. Part of this blog is also to get people motivated, to be inspired to make that change. There's only so many people who can be on the negative and do everything bad. We need people to do something good. And it's going to take balls, right? Murder is not killing. When a soldier goes to peacekeep with arms to keep the peace from murder, murder is killing past tense. Its will is done. To kill by committing murder. So what about our black, brown, yellow volunteers risking to take the bullet only to have saved, only to that saved child put on a black face and call you a nigger? The connotation, spoken intonation, not the word of our actual Niger nigger roots, dehumanized us to everything negative by any campaign. This episode, journalist tip, one hand in the pot, caught red-handed, invisible hand to order of the occult hand. This is what the episode we're going to look into, journalism. Right? So it's time for the last boom busted Z's. It's time to grow up and take over the world, folks. Okay? So with that, the Kiev Pogroms, 1919. The Kiev Pogroms of 1919 refers to a series of anti-Jewish pogroms, right? So that's a violent riot incited with the aim of massacring or expelling an ethnic or religious group, particularly Jews. The Slavic term originally entered the English language as a descriptive term for 19th and 20th century attacks on Jews, right? So that's what I was saying, right? When, even up, we understand it was a lot earlier, but this was going on all the way up until the mid 19th century. right? In various places. So in and around Kiev, carried out by white volunteer army troops. The series of events concern the following districts. Okay, Skivra, Justingrad. Some of us might have heard of that. It was a Jewish community, present day in Ukraine. And it was created after Jews were forced out of their homes in the village of Sokolivka. These Jews from Sokolivka moved to the land on the other side, a quarter mile. Okay? Ivankiv, Volunteer Army, was a white army active in South Russia during the Russian Civil War from 1917 to 1920. The Volunteer Army fought against the Bolsheviks on the Southern Front and the Ukrainian War of Independence. The Bolsheviks. Let me just check something here. Because the Volunteer Army, during the Russian Civil War, Volunteer Army fought against Bolsheviks. Okay, so also known in English as Bolshevists, were a far left, the left of social democracy as we call it, revolutionary Marxist faction. If you don't know who he is, bro! He's a bro! Look at him! Freaking Barry White! Anyway, Marxism is a method of socio-economic analysis that uses a materialist interpretation of historical development, better known as historical materialism, to understand class relations and social conflict, as well as a dialectical perspective to view social transformation. You dig? All right. I just needed to like kind of, yeah, and you all can look that up and read it for yourself if you want. I'm just giving you some, throwing in some nuggets as we call them, right? Golden nuggets, so you can figure out things out. All right. So the White Army, right? The White Movement, also known as the Whites, was a loose confederation of anti-communist forces, right? Everybody hates communists, but look at these guys that fought the communist Bolsheviks, also known as the Reds. So when you hear about the Reds, right, in the Russian Civil War, 1917, 20 to 23, okay? So these guys, that's who they were, and this was in the South. So you can look up. I don't want to get too far because there's so many other things going on. But okay, the Volunteer Army began forming in December 1917 under the leadership of Mikhail Alexeyev. So he was an Imperial Russian Army general during the First World War and the Russian Civil War. So he served in between 1915 and 17. He served as Tsar Nicholas II, Chief of Staff. All right. So, and General Lavier Kornilov. Anything for him? No. Ah, look. Ooh, he almost looks bro-like. The funny thing, an interesting thing about Russia, they have a lot of the, I believe if it's Tibet and many of the Asiatic mix in Russia also. So before people get all whack and stuff, yeah, don't forget, there were a lot of bro Russians and all kinds. All right, so this guy, Lavier Gregorievich Kornilov, was a Russian military intelligence officer, explorer in the Imperial, right? He was one of Siberian Cossack origin. Okay, why was he? They say something, he did something here. He was famous for that. So let me see. Kornilov was of Siberian Cossack origin. Were Cossacks who settled from Siberia. You see? Siberia, all them area of Russia from the end of the 16th century. Following this guy, Timofeyevich, conquest of Siberia. In early periods, practically the whole Russian population in Siberia, especially the serving men, were called Cossacks. All right, so today this guy, Kornilov affair, he was best known for that. Or the Kornilov Putsch was an attempted military coup d'etat by Commander-in-Chief of the Russian Army, Lavier Kornilov. So it seems like this is not like a new thing. but it's always something to look at. Kornilov escaped from jail in November 1917 and subsequently became the military commander of the anti-Bolshevik Volunteer Army, which took charge of anti-Bolshevik opposition in South Russia. He and his troops were badly outnumbered in many of their encounters, and he was killed by a shell April 13th, 1918. You know, it's funny. Everything is in April, right? March, April, May, but mainly April. April showers. When that shit goes down, it's always April. So look out this April, eh? Because April is like, especially with the Hitler birthday and all that, they all kind of, we see it. Every fucking year it goes on like that. So come on. Anyway, let's not dwell on that. So this is the volunteer army, and this is the Kiev pogroms of 1919. The immediate reactions, the leaders of the White Army issued orders condemning the pogroms, but these were largely unheeded due to widespread anti-Semitism. Lenin had spoken out against pogroms in March, and in June, the Bolsheviks assigned some funds for victims of pogroms. However, the events received little coverage in Bolshevik press. What? Quick escalation of hostility. The Kiev pogroms of 1919 proved the first of many such events. There were a total of 1,326 pogroms across Ukraine around that time, in which between 30,000 and 70,000 Jews were massacred. The pogroms were marked by the utmost cruelty and face-to-face brutality. And as you see, right, I don't need to exactly tell you what they've done, but as of 1918, 1921, 500,000 Jews were left homeless. Now, when we also speak of who we know as, of course, the Jews in that time, do not even think that there were no bros there and no sisters there, right? Like Israelites, because they were there. All right, so of these, 53.7% were committed by Petulura, right? This guy, Vasilovich, politician, journalist. We're going to hit them in a second. He became supreme commander of the Ukrainian army and president of Ukrainian People Republic during Ukraine's short-lived sovereignty in 1918, 1921. Isn't it interesting, the timeline, right? 100 years later. Okay. The remainder of the troops from the volunteer army, 17%, the Bolsheviks, Red, 2.30, local bands. These estimates include the deaths due to massacre, induced disease, or starvation. Wow. Right? The Kiev pogroms of 1919, this is the background and causes, were splurges of looting, raping, and murder, chiefly directed against the shops, factories, homes, and persons of the Jews. Ukraine had the largest concentration of Jews in Russia, part of the Russian organized Pale of Settlement. Isn't that an interesting word? Pale of Settlement. And that was a western region of Russian Empire with the varying borders that it existed in 1791 to 1917. I love these numbers, eh? 1791, 1917, in which permanent residency by Jews was allowed and beyond which Jewish residency, permanent or temporary, was mostly forbidden. All right? Pale of Settlement. How pale you can be, maybe, I don't know. The time and was also the scene of the bitterest and most prolonged fighting between Jews and non-Jews. This is important because according to research, there is a positive correlation on a broad scale between the number of Jews in a given place and an increased likelihood of pogroms. And they became more likely when long-term subordination and superordination of social groups is in dispute. And it wasn't the first time of their kind, right? There have been other instances were carried out against Jews in and around Kiev in the 1880s. Kiev pogrom 1881 lasted for 3 days. It began once again on April 1881, the city of Kiev itself, and spread to the villages. Sporadic violence continued until winter. It's almost a prediction of what we know, what we can almost expect, because these things always happen, right? The direct trigger, as we see here in 1881, as in other places, was the assassination of Tsar Alexander. So this guy was assassinated, and on March 13th, 1881, for which the instigators blamed the Russian Jews. Nevertheless, the Southern Russian Workers' Union substantially contributed to the spread and continuation of violence by printing and mass distributing a leaflet which read, "Brother workers, you are beating the Jews, but indiscriminately. One should not beat the Jew because he is a Jew, and praise to God in his own way. Indeed, God is one and the same to all. Rather, one should beat him because he is robbing the people, he is sucking the blood of the working man." To the yeah, so and to the extent it's been disputed. So this is what we understand was going on down there in 1881. But now, here you go in 1919. So they were not the first. And the first decade of the 20th century, Kiev Pogrom 1905. What's the date here? Okay, not in April. But same reoccurring theme, right? Monarchists, reactionaries, yeah, same. Fueled by and propaganda. So, a method for political warfare is the use of political means to compel an opponent to do one's will based on hostile intent. The term political describes the calculated interaction between a government and a target audience, including another state's government, military, and or general population. So, that's what happened then. Let's see, we got some studies. So you can always come to these sites here, right? These are some faculty studies. A case study in pogroms, anti-Jewish violence in modern Russian history. The wave of anti-Jewish pogroms, it sounds like program, but it's pogrom, that swept the Pale of Settlement after Tsar Nicholas II issued the October Manifesto in 1905 reflected the ethnic and political tensions and hostilities that characterized popular unrest and marred the social landscape of the late Imperial Russia in that revolutionary year. In the weeks following the granting of fundamental civil rights and political liberties, pogroms directed mainly at Jews, but also affecting students, intellectuals, and other national minorities broke out in hundreds of cities, towns, and villages, resulting in deaths and injuries, right? So, then these are the numbers. I don't think we need to necessarily go through it. But once again, we see a reoccurring theme, right? The 1905, it's always the same. But if you want to take a look, actually, hold on, watch your eyes. I saw something about Crimea. Until the Crimean War, Greeks controlled the export of grain from Odessa, while Jews dominated the roles of the middleman and expeditor. With the disruption of trade routes caused by the war, many of the leading Greek commercial firms either went bankrupt or decided to pursue other, more lucrative ventures. Jewish merchants and traders who were accustomed to operating at smaller profit margins filled the vacuum caused by the departure of Greek merchants and assumed prominent positions in the export business in Odessa, which was overwhelmingly dependent on grain trade. Isn't that what we're going through pretty much today? Like other ethnic and religious communities in the city, Jewish merchants gave preference in employment practices to their core religionists. Consequently, Greeks were supplanted by Jewish workers and fell into straitened economic circumstances. These developments, along with rumors of a Jewish ritual murder in 1859 and desecration of the Greek Orthodox Church and cemetery in 1871, fanned the flames of anti-Semitism, driving many Greek sailors and dock workers in particular to participate in pogroms in these years. Greeks were not the only residents of Odessa who perceived Jews as an economic threat. So you had Russian resentment and hostilities before that, right? As the Russians joined Greeks in attacks on Jews. Thereafter, Russians filled the ranks of pogromist mobs in 1881. So they're not perfect, as we see, right? Look, it's always the same trope. The growing visibility of Jews enhanced the predisposition of Russians to blame Jews for the difficulty. So this was 100 years ago. But now, at least in this modern Russia, we see it's kind of playing out a little different, right? Because as we see, I mean, we've heard of Wagner, and I'm going to have to take a look into these Nazi armies in the next episode. We don't have time for that today. But I've been hearing about Wagner, which is a sort of is a far right Nazi thing also in Russia. And then you have the Azov. So what's happening? If that is the case, why would they both be fighting each other? However, from what I'm understanding, the Azov is way bigger than the Wagner, right? And anyway, we'll have to look into that another day. The Jew in the City, History 286, Jewish Studies 275. So these were some, this is the site and something that, take a look. I'm sure they got some good reading if you want to know more. Let's continue on with the news. So now that we spoke about the pogroms, this is what came out recently from the Peace Corps, right? Because we've been hearing about our brothers, our bros going out there to volunteer and do the right thing like good bros do. We do those things. Black people, hey, you can beat us, do all the worst things to us, and we'll still love you and we'll still help you and throw in a prayer and forgive you. But let's take a look at this. Ukraine. Okay, this came out in the Peace Corps. If you want to volunteer, right? Last post I showed you the Ukraine volunteer. So this just came out about the diversity and inclusion, right? Because we know that they're all about, you can read this with me, and hey, if you need to, the reason why I'm scrolling like this, you can always freeze the screen and go back and read it. At least if you're, you know, not in the mood or maybe just a little too lazy to go online, right? So I'm not gonna read everything, but I'll scroll through so you can actually look. And it's not cherry picking, it's just, yeah. So read all of, I hope you can even read everything now. Here, even go back, right? Right? Because we already know this. This is what the Peace Corps is about, right? Diversity and inclusion, intellectual considerations. What might a volunteer face? Gender roles. Gender roles in Ukraine can be difficult to understand and accept. Although men and women may receive equal pay for equal work, women are underrepresented in positions of power and often not promoted as readily as men. These disparities, differences in treatment based on gender, can present problems for volunteers in job situations. Okay. Possible considerations for volunteers of color, like our bros, right? Who went down, the bro from Detroit. I pray that they're all doing okay, because you got to hear this, okay? Because of limited exposure, some Ukrainians will expect all Americans to be white and are unaware of diversity in the US. So in this modern world, this is what they're saying. They're saying some Ukrainians, not all, will expect all Americans to be white. Okay. For volunteers, the range of responses to their skin color may vary greatly. Some volunteers may be mistaken for a host country national, be questioned about their U.S. citizenship, face behavior and language skill expectations. Peace Corps aspires to support each volunteer in navigating these challenges in a way that works for them. Okay? So this is basically some protocol. Racial and ethnic minorities in Ukraine, primarily Poles, Hungarian, Crimean Tatars, and Greeks, make up about 5% of the total population. Most Ukrainians have not had personal interactions with people of other races. I find that very interesting. So it's like what? They were so isolated out there that's what, I mean, it's like anywhere else. I'm sure like many countries, right? But come on, if you don't have a TV, and I'll show you why in a few pages, why, it's kind of confusing, this message, because they have hip hop, believe it or not, in Ukraine. Yes, you heard me. Hip hop. But they have hip hop everywhere. I'm going to show you about that. Anyway, so they assume that African American or Asian American volunteers, see, all you Asian Americans out there, was it hate crimes and all that? You with us. You just a nigga like us, since a lot of you like saying niggas too, right? Nigga, nigga. Well, there you go, right? Volunteers are university students from Africa or Asia rather than Americans. Thus, these volunteers may be stopped to show their identification papers more frequently than other volunteers. They're fucking going to fucking volunteer and help make peace, and you giving them a hard time. I'm sorry, I have to cuss. I don't want to cuss too much in my show, but sometimes it merits it, right? Particularly in larger cities where they are not known. On its website, the US State Department now warns prospective travelers to Ukraine of hate crimes directed at ethnic minorities. So they're telling you. In addition to a number of international human rights groups have expressed concern with the rise in hate crimes and xenophobic activity in big cities in Ukraine. So why? I mean, I get it, but not. I don't even think even in World War II and all that, like even in Vietnam, right? When Americans went, there was some tension. There's always tension with black soldiers and white, that. But imagine now, you got to deal with that at home, and then you got to go to the country and deal where they don't even want your help. That's happening now. But if that was the case, well, what about all those great black tank, and what you say, pilots that blew the crap out of the Fuhrer, right? And even went as far as to break the doors and the chains. There are some senior Holocaust survivors who would tell you, they say, yeah, man, we saw some bros. First time I saw a bro, but he was cool. He brought me a bike. And here we are, imagine they said, oh, look, niggers trying to help us in 1945. You know what I'm saying? We lost a lot of class, man. So let's see what this volunteer writes. At a majority of the time, people view me with curiosity. Most people I work with love to ask me about my ancestry. They're polite and respectful. Occasionally, I'm mistaken for an Arab or an African refugee. I hear some people shouting. Most Ukrainians are embarrassed by this behavior, and I've never felt scared for my physical safety. Yeah. Sharing information about my cultural background as an American of Indian descent has been a wonderful and positive experience. Okay. Right? Here's another one. Because this was one, right? But this is possible considerations for African American or Black volunteers. Volunteer voices. People of color face many challenges living in Ukraine. As a Peace Corps volunteer, however, African Americans will confront far more complicated issues. For modern parts of Ukraine, African Americans are part of the community and day-to-day life. You see, like I said, there's some hip hop and it's not a black thing. They're into it. However, there are many Ukrainians who have never seen a black person before. And even then, like, holy crap, even if you've never seen it, like, yeah, anyway, you got to be, like I said, if that is the case, well, then they're a lot more segregate than, we're told, right? And imagine you're bringing these people here now. Anyway, I digress. I'm not saying it's wrong, but I mean, like, like, what are we gonna have? I hate to say it, but I get this feeling because of my Gen X tingling senses. I get the feeling that all these people, like, there's gonna be people, yes, women and children, but a lot of times, and we've seen it, when people are coming from these situations and there's no proper vetting, as in this specific case, like, forget about any other Black and Latin American, you know what, they're always going to be, but these folks, they're coming in and they're not getting vetted. And that happened also with recently with Afghanistan. They were not vetted, they brought in, and here we are, like, people, melanated people, suffering fuck every day. But I digress on that. The fact is, we don't know what's coming. And I get this feeling that those folks who've never seen a black person before and all that come in with all that package, right? I get the feeling those folks will align with right-wing forces and cause havoc back home, just like they're doing out there. Sounds confusing? I think not, if you really see how things are playing out. Because if these people are leaving because, right, okay, Russia's a bad guy and all that, but if they're leaving because there is some, there's a reason to have concern for what they're growing, right? And they're leaving and they're coming here with that ideology, I think there's going to be some problems coming up, because they're not going to come here and just change, right? Especially when they see with Americans who do comply with them. So once again, when are the sambos and the coonery and all this kind of when's all that shit gonna, like, I mean, we get it, because I was like that, right? And we're all like that. But as you see, if people don't like you and hate you, I have to think that even God would say, look, you're pretty stupid, right? Because you know they didn't like you. What, you expect me to punish them? You stayed there and you took it. You should have been like, at least, do your thing, make some noise. So when I come there and help you, or help you when you come up here, right, and bless you and forgive you and bring you into my heaven, I can say, well, at least you kick some ass, boy. Don't worry, I got those people flaming on a roast downstairs. I'm just saying. Oh boy. So yeah, it's too bad. It's not uncommon for Ukrainians to refer to African Americans as niggers, right? Well, I actually have a clip for you after. I went to Kiev 2 summers ago, and I will be putting out a book on photography. I did all across Kiev and Belarus, actually. That's where I really stayed. So for me as a bro, I was already between Kiev with my friend, right? She brought me here. It was a Kiev, Belarusian Minsk woman, right? And I went down there, great person, and her son was that I visited, right? And yeah, it was cool. Kiev was a little bit more tense though. I wasn't, even to come in with, like, me being a rocker, not even a rapper, right? Because we know they tend to get more scrutiny. I was like, the average looking, you know, nah, man, they don't see that. They don't see you wearing a Nirvana shirt. Forget that. Anyway, let's continue here. So the nigger word, like, in one way, it's like we said, so what I've learned is, actually, when I was down there with by my friends, they say nigger out there because, like, kind of like how it is originally. So their intonation is not necessarily like nigger, like hang rope nigger, but it's more like, oh, you're like a nigger from Nigeria type of thing. However, it doesn't excuse that. Don't think that none of them don't know that nigger means nigger too, right? So they could pull that. They could say, well, that's how we've said it since 500 years, because we know you're from the land of nigger, right? That's the conversation I had with that friend. And it was intense, but I had to kind of explain it. But there were two sides, because I learned something. So while that is an issue, that goes back to language and words, right? So if they're saying that, yeah, well, what else is new? Volunteers of color may be called a monkey. Now that's different, right? Because the intonation of nigger monkey tells you right away there's something wrong, right? He ain't bringing flowers, and he ain't being Mr. Congeniality or Miss Congeniality or whatever you want to be. Or may see children's games with blackface. Being aware of the history of dehumanization for people of African descent may help inform where this comes from. It does not justify it. It will be at your discretion to determine the intent. No matter the intent, staff recognizes the impact that hearing the word may invoke hurt and anger. If you view it as unlearned, something the person has never been exposed to, it may be an opportunity for you to educate that person. Why? Why the fuck should you have to educate ignorance? You could do only so much, right? If, especially the person, like, maybe, I don't know, 25, maybe kids. But the parents won't let you get to their kids. Anyway, do not hesitate to remove yourself from such. It's like, it's such an oxymoron in that sense. I mean, I'm not discouraging, right? But and I always like to say, because not we don't say it enough, and we should start saying it more. What if black people were to pull off half, like, all this shit? Imagine we had white people coming, hey, you cracker, you nigga, yeah, they would never help us, right? But I digress. Yeah, any volunteer or staff member who has experienced racism can contact any Peace Corps Ukraine staff member. I got to see how that goes. This could include program manager, safety and security manager, director of management, and yeah, all these people. I can't wait till the books come out. Like, there's always some books that come out about this kind of stuff, right? Like, years later, people, survivors, they put out books. I can't wait to hear this, because we're already gonna. I'm sure there's more that we're not hearing, right? This is just sweetened. Perry Chuck. cherry-picked words. Peace Corps actively supports volunteers and staff of all gender and etc. Right? While sex acts are not criminalized, Ukrainian LGBT community faces discrimination and civil rights abuses related to sexual orientation. Ukrainian society generally views being gay, lesbian, or bisexual as abnormal. While networks of gays and lesbians have formed in some of the largest cities, LGBTQ life is hidden from the public and kept very discreet. Some LGBTQ volunteers in Ukraine have found that being open about their sexual orientation at their sites has had a negative impact on their effectiveness. So here's the thing. Historically, gays and lesbians have always been involved in everything we do, and in military. That, if you go back even to the, Greco-Roman, it's what it was, right? Spartans, all that. What we're seeing here is that I am on the feeling that the folks that are trying to make everything good out in Ukraine are probably more right wing than even left, right? Because in the left side of the world, all right, all of this color, like color comes in, black comes into it, LGBTQ, all of this comes in, and we have certain freedoms. But even that, what I've noticed, you can have the left also being very right winged, like it's literally the same thing, pretty much like like in Canada, right? We have three parties now. It's going to be down to two, conservative and liberal, because recently the our middle party, independent party, is going to bunk up with the liberals in order to stay in power, right? So I have yet to see how a lot of this, but here in North America, it's different. Here we push, maybe even more so, uh, gender rights, gender rights in our military, so we don't push black rights here, that's for sure, not the same way. So I just find that a little, confusing, because here we are sending people out to a place where they don't like LGBT, they don't like black, they don't know, or whatever, right? And here we are at home saying, well, yeah, it's like one of those, like Donald Trump used to say, we're all, we all have good and bad people. They're all good people. Yeah, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, you could have sweet Nazis. You could have that. I don't see a problem with that. You can be reformed. But it's the concern is, for me anyway, it's this thing of elimination and extermination. That's what and this is what I feel, that this is all part of the whole thing. This exterminate, like, you don't deserve to live. You should have to be hetero, normative, cis, white, blue hair, blue hair. Well, it could be blonde hair, blue hair, green eyes, blue eyes, blonde eyes, right? And if you're that, then that's fine. If you happen to be something else, don't ask, don't tell. And that actually is how our military was running, or at least in the States and in Canada. Canada was a little bit more open, but in the States, it was a don't ask, don't tell. So if you're going to join the army, all of that to say, I feel that sometimes, some things are better not, some things are just better not said. Volunteer voices. Transgender volunteers are recommended to not disclose their gender to host country nationals, and inform only the country director and Peace Corps medical officer among the Peace Corps staff. Well, that makes sense, because you know what? In war, sex can be a very, could be used as a tool, eh? It could be used as a weapon. So, yeah, nobody wants to get caught up in that. So yeah, I could say, yeah, certain things, hey, you know what you do in your personal life should not be involved, because how can you beat the enemy if the enemy knows you so well, and they can use what they know as a vulnerability to you, right? So I could see where that's coming from. But yeah, yeah. So blending in. So yeah, and volunteers with disabilities, eh? So, as a volunteer with disabilities, this is different. You may face a special set of challenges in Ukraine, as in other parts of the world. Some people hold prejudicial attitudes about individuals with disabilities and may discriminate against. Okay, this is like everywhere, but for some reason, this feels so 19, 1939-ish. You know, it's got that kind of this whole energy, this whole vibration of this conflict, right? Volunteer couples. Well, whatever. But I just needed to look at that. Look at that. 50 years and older, right? So imagine if let's say, for example, me, okay? I If it wasn't the type of conflict what I understand it to be, I could have been someone I could see going to help. But I know if I'd even dreamt to go and do what I had to do and pay my way only to be called a nigger and probably take get capped and be laughed at and said, "Hey, you're over 50, you old, nigga." And come on. And nobody gives a shit about me, even when I come back. If I come back. All right, let's move on. So that's what's up. So the elements of journalism. So I was just, I think this is important. The American Press Institute. Um, this is a good site you want to check out because I know a lot of folks that do blogs and put stuff out there. We're not journalists. Or, if you hadn't had a degree in journalism. I studied in news back in college, news and television. I have a degree in that, but I didn't go as far into, let's say, the communications to go with journalism. Okay. So I do know that there are elements, that there are rules, regulations, as you would say, edicts, I guess, to hold when you're a journalist and you're putting out the news, right? So let's examine this. So in their book, Elements of Journalism, Bill Kovach and Tom Rosenstiel identified the essential principles and practices of journalism. Here are 10 elements common to good journalism drawn from the book. So we're going to kind of breeze through this. I don't want to really take too long, but you might want to check it out. American Press Institute, The Elements of Journalism. Journalism's first obligation is to the truth. Oh, hell no. Really? Good decision making depends on people having reliable, accurate facts put into a meaningful context. Journalism does not pursue truth in an absolute or philosophical sense, but in a capacity that is more down to earth. All truths, even the laws of science. Wow. You see, this is like when you look and you read, a lot of this stuff can be applied to the enemies out there if you really understand and take the time to read. All right, to all the adversaries and all those out there. And I'm not saying, like, I'm not naming any particular group or anything. I'm not even like talking about legacy media, right? Because we could scrutinize legacy big time. But hey, all truths are subject to revision, but we operate by them in the meantime because they are necessary and they work. All right, so they write. So, journalism, they continue, thus seeks a practical and functional form of truth. It is not the truth in the absolute or philosophical or scientific sense, but rather a pursuit of the truths by which we can operate on a day to day basis. And news is like that, right? Because we get little bits and morsels of truth, right? And verifying facts and assembling, it's a professional discipline, but it's different now. And we'll take a look a little further into that. So let's look at this. Its first loyalty is to citizens, right? Publisher of journalism, whether media corporation answering to advertisers and shareholders, or a blogger with his own personal beliefs and priorities, must show an ultimate allegiance to citizens. They must strive to put the public interest and the truth above their own self-interest or assumptions. Well, that might be out the window now. Its essence is a discipline of verification. Journalists rely on a professional discipline for verifying information. While there is no standardized code, I like that word, the codes. As such, every journalist uses certain methods to assess and test information to get it right. Being impartial or neutral is not a core principle of journalism. Isn't that interesting? So it's either black and white, black or white. You have to take one side or the other. So this is probably maybe what we're seeing more like now in when it comes to media, and so they're blocking out, right? So they're using maybe that as a reason. We can't be neutral, so we're either going to be you pick one side or the other. Because the journalist must make decisions, he or she is not and cannot be objective. But journalistic methods are objective, right? Its practitioners must maintain an independence from those they cover. I'll move on. It must serve as an independent monitor of power. Journalism has an unusual capacity to serve as watchdog over those who power and position most affect citizens. It may also offer voice to the voiceless. Being an independent monitor of power means watching over the powerful few in society on behalf of the many to guard against tyranny. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing it. But maybe we should start. So it must provide a forum for public criticism and compromise. Well, hallelujah, that is not the case anymore. But it should. The news media are common carriers of public discussion, and this responsibility forms a basis for special privileges that news and information providers receive from democratic societies. So these privileges can involve subsidies, money for distribution or research and development. Yeah, copyright and all that. Yeah. So read that for yourselves, okay? It must strive to keep significant, interesting, and relevant. Yeah, so I guess we can say that makes what it is, right? You see, what is it? War, negativity, danger. If the news was going to be good, and I'll tell you something about that just before I finish this. I get one of my and I'll say be delicate. I won't say premonition, but one of my thoughts and feelings when we have that, when the Lord comes back, right? And we you always hear, like you read it in the Bible, they say we're going to have that, there's going to be peace on earth, and there's going to be 100 years peace, right? Or is it 1,000 years? Yeah, 1,000 years. Or so I can't. Well, don't quote me on it now, but right, there'll be peace, and I feel that peace. Yeah, it's 1,000. That peace will be a reconstruction of everything media and news, and all this stuff. If it's still around, or if or if it's, let's say, flushed and recreated, whether it be takeover or whether it continue, anything. I could just because if you're talking chaos and Armageddon, right? You know, uh, folks, Ted Turner. If you don't know who he is, he's the guy who made CNN. CNN. There was a quote that he made that, or if not him, but the station made that in the event of a nuclear attack, CNN is supposed to be on and capture that shit. It's supposed to be the, like, if this is some, that's when, that's why they made CNN, right? This is like 1980, right? And here we are today. And since then, it's been, and even before, but more so, the last 50 years, it's chaos, negativity, death, culture, everything. So I have a feeling that in the new world, not the new world order, when Christ returns, I have a feeling that, because you know what, when he's saying he's gonna wipe it, get rid of things, if you're gonna only put out negativity and bad news all the damn time and tell the world and get the world depressed and break people's spirits and go with that on a few people because they're greedy and don't want money, or they're just how we say what's the word there, psychopathic, right? but that can't live forever. So I get a feeling that, hey, you know what? When the Lord comes back and we get into that 1,000 years of peace, and and then they're locked in the cage, right? The beast is locked away, and but he's gonna come out for a short season. I think that's gonna be the media. I think that's gonna be the whole communications thing. That somehow that's gonna be, because if the world, something goes on, right? A lot of those towers and lines, that stuff is gonna get chopped up. Even though they have, from what I understand, like the internet is like the wires are in the sea and all this business. You know what? Nothing under God's, under God's existence, will, and being can last in this world forever. So while we think, oh, they probably think, oh, they're ready. If a nuclear attack happens, the TV's going to cover it. We're still going to, hey, maybe, and maybe, it'll get knocked out, but they have a backup, right? You know what? God's more clever than that. So I just want to throw that out there, because when I hear, because this blog is about, let's start taking on you know this conglomerate, right? Because if we're going to have 1,000 years of peace, I have to imagine the news won't be part of it. We're not going to have somebody say, oh, today in the news, in peacetime, after Jesus is back, 10 people were shot today. And no, 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 that's done. I would say it's going to be more like, good morning, Lord. Thank you, everybody. Sing praises. And today is going to be a beautiful world and a beautiful day. And let's go on to some good playing sports. Oh, look, both teams love each other. There's no competition. I mean, hey, right? And then they're going to try and get out. Once they're released, they're going to be, oh, man, let's go get some bad news. Let's get, and then the Lord's going to end the world after that. He's going to be like, no, you guys didn't learn anything. You're still making bad movies, right? But for that peacetime, I can imagine it's going to have to do something, because what we know about this technology, it's been around. So why waste it, right? Let's use it for something positive and to do good. I could see that. Where are you going to go pick up your dinner? Where are you going to barter for your work? Right? How you can make a living free of uh, being told what to do, not just accept and be happy. Anyway, let's move on. Its practitioners must be allowed to exercise their personal conscience. Well, at least that's what I'm trying to do, and I'm not a journalist, right? Personal sense. Okay, let's read this. Doing journalism, whether as a professional writing for a news organization or as an online contributor in the public space, involves one's moral compass and demands a sense of ethics and responsibility. Right? So you figure that out. Citizens too have the rights and responsibilities when it comes to the news, of course. The average person now more than ever works like a journalist, of course. And that's not, by chance. It's only because people generally, like myself, are tired of the bullshit. After all this time since the invention, and we're going to look at that real quick. It's 12:28 a.m. It is now the 28th of March, 2022. We're going to look at this, that whole thing in a few pages, but essentially, it's not the same, right? And so what we're seeing is we have a culture of, I call it death culture, right? And it's been like that for a minute. It just got worse, though. It's gotten worse, even though it was already bad, right? Like the 60s, all throughout. But now it's like it's like folks are being blatant about it. The new journalist is no longer a gatekeeper who decides what the public should and should not know. The individual is now his or her own circulation manager and editor. To be relevant, to, to be relevant, journalists must now verify information the consumer already has or is likely to find and help them make sense of what it means and how they might use it. Well, that didn't happen throughout the last couple of years, right? So I believe the reason why that happened is because, once again, we've been conditioned. You remember when we used to have, what was it, the crate challenge? And maybe 5 years before that, we did the ice bucket challenge. So all of this was leading up to what we have today. And as you see how the news and everything, you know, I mean, if you're woke and at least coming of age, which would be maybe 18, even a 13-year-old could say, you know, I've been alive 13 years, man. What time is it? What's up? So what's the difference between a reporter and a correspondent? All right, let's figure this out. A reader asks, what's the difference? Mark Lacey, the Times national editor and a former reporter and correspondent who now oversees correspondence across the United States, considers the question. Okay. The difference, proximity to the home office. Correspondents are those who regularly roam and nowadays often settle far from Times Square. On the national desk, we have correspondents scattered around in places like San Francisco, New Orleans, Miami, and Chicago. In the last few days, our domestic correspondents have filed stories from those cities and many others, okay? Reporters, on the other hand, tend to work in and around the Times headquarters, either reporting from their desk or returning at the office after a day in the field to type up their notes. In other words, filling a story requires no long-distance correspondence. So this is interesting because now, see, like it would be sent via postal mail, correspondent via telegraph and telex. Now, I'm sure you don't know what that is, but that's an old one. That's like the fax per se of the 70s and whatnot, like early 70s. So today you have the internet, right? And you've got Twitter and stuff like that. So your stories are going to get out a lot faster. So that's part of it also. How information has been produced has a lot to it. So read up on that if you want. Now, journalism is the production and distribution of reports on the interaction of events, facts, ideas, and people that are the news of the day, and that inform society to at least some degree. The word applies to the occupation, professional or not, the methods of gathering information, and the organizing literary styles. Journalistic media include print, television, radio, internet, and in the past, newsreels. Okay? I'll just go here quickly. So, once again, everybody, we're young in this world. We're a young generation, right? So the boomers are, you know, they're the seniors. We love to think that, well, everything we have today is so new, and so it's not. The structure and engineering is not necessarily new. The designs is what makes it modern, right? With the tweaks, and of course with different with improved materials, minerals, and all that, right? To make things like today, well, we use more. Well, we use a lot of plastic. Now we know that plastic is ending up in everything. So that might have to change, right? Just like when they stopped using lead in paint, right? They want to kill you first, and then after a few decades or centuries, they say, "Well, let's not make it that strong," or whatever. Antiquity. This stuff's been around for a long time. Antiquity is a minute, right? While publications reporting the news to the general public in a standardized fashion only began to appear in the 17th century. Okay? Later, governments as early as the Han Dynasty in China, established by Liu Bang, right? The Qin Dynasty, you guys could read up on that, made use of regularly published news bulletins. Similar publications were established in the Republic of Venice in the 16th century. These bulletins, however, were intended only for government officials and thus not journalistic news publications in the modern sense of the term. So we have to, I guess, also understand that when we talk about literacy and education, like even in contrary to today, people still, it's not like everybody was dumb as bricks, right? People, in order to have that, they had to have sense of knowing letters, right? As mass printing technologies like the printing press spread, newspapers were established to provide increasingly literate audiences, you see, because people were starting to read or learning to read. The first references to privately owned newspaper publishers in China date to the late Ming Dynasty, in 1582. Man, that's like more than that's like, you know? So news is not new, but old. Old news, right? Relation à la Phänomen und Gundak nach Würdigen, historian, published 1605 in Strasbourg, is often recognized as the first newspaper in Europe. Freedom of the press was formally established in Great Britain 1695 with Alan Rushbridger, former editor of The Guardian, stating licensing of the press in Britain was abolished in 1695. Remember how the freedoms won here became a model for much of the rest of the world. And be conscious how the world still watches us to see how we protect those freedoms. The first successful English daily, the Daily Courant, was published from 1702 to 1735. Right? So this stuff has been around for a long time. The first British, as what they would call it, was produced by Elizabeth Mallet, a woman, at her premises next to the King's Arms Tavern at Fleet Bridge in London. Okay, right? News is information about current events. This may be provided through many different media: word of mouth, printing, postal system, broadcasting, electronic communication, or through the testimony of observers and witnesses to events. News is sometimes called hard news to differentiate it from soft media, which is compromises organizations that primarily deal with commentary, entertainment, arts, and lifestyle. Soft media, right? So all of this stuff, I hope you can read, is what's included in news. Let me just check here. The etymology, okay, etymology, the English word news developed in the 14th century as a special use of the plural form of new. See? New news. Some people would say it's also northeast, west, south. I think some folks had said that because it's the directions. But new news in Middle English was a form of English spoken after the Norman conquest of 1066 until the late 15th century. The English language underwent distinct variations and developments following the Old English period, right? So once again, words, language, always being changed and made up. So the equivalent was news, like the French nouvelle and the German Nuss. So the word basically, comes from everywhere. And now, of course, the beliefs that news derived from an acronym of the phrase notable events, weather, and sports. That's another one. Or that it's formed from the first letters of the compass, northeast, west, south, are incorrect, or would be considered examples of a backronym. An acronym formed, an acronym formed from an already existing word, a backronym. Backronyms may be invented with other serious or humorous intents, or they may be a type of false etymology or folk etymology. The word is a blend of back and acronym. Jessica Garretson Finch was an American educator, is credited with coining the phrase current events while teaching at Barnard College in the 1890s. 1890s current events. And look, she's the one who's credited for it. She was born in August 1871, October 31st, 1949. Women's Rights Act, and that's. I just want to, you got to look up these people, see what they're all about. Nothing big here, all right? But she's the one who started that. So it's a presentation of newness, commodity. News is whatever the industry sells. Journalism, broadly understood along the same lines, is the act or occupation of collecting and providing news, right? The tone, Most purveyors of news value impartiality, neutrality, and objectivity, despite the inherent difficulty of reporting without political bias. Perception of these values has changed greatly over time as sensationalized tabloid journalism has risen in popularity. So, something to look up here, right? Yeah, propaganda, newsworthiness, folk news. Among Zulus, Mongolians, Polynesians, and American Southerners, anthropologists have documented the practice of questioning travelers for news as a matter of priority. Sufficiently important news would be repeated quickly and often and could spread by word of mouth over a large geographic area. Even as printing presses came into use in Europe, news for the general public often traveled by orally via monks, travelers, and town criers, right? The British are coming, all that stuff, yeah. So government proclamations. Before the invention of newspapers in the early 17th century, official government bulletins and edicts were circulated at times in some centralized empires. So they used to use couriers, right? Back in the day. So early news and networks, right? One of the imperial communication channels called the Royal Road traversed the Assyrian Empire, right? City-state from 21st century BC to the 14th century, and then territorial state, and eventually an empire from the 14th BC to the 7th BC, and served as a key source of its power. The Roman Empire maintained a vast network of roads known as cursus publicis for similar purposes. So as a transportation, a route that they would actually go and take, right? And of course, this went on for a while, but then visible chains of long-distance signaling, known as optical telegraphy, a line station, typically towers, for the purpose of conveying textual information by means of visual signals, right? Like the semaphore telegraph, which uses pivoted indicator arms and conveys information. All right, so that's an example of how that looks. Have been also used throughout history to convey limited types of information, right? Smoke and fire signals. Yeah, so we know the drill. 8th century BC. So it's been around for a minute, and it's important to know this. Why? Because all of this is what is making things happen now. This is a lot to read, but I'm going to want you to read this as your homework. I think there's a lot of information. New World Information and Communication Order, right? United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, and the Interpress Service, founded in 1964. So there's a lot. These things start small, and look how big it's gotten and more complex, I guess, right? Because they have so much more. Look at this. Look. All of that. Which brings me to Muckraker, right? The Muckrakers were reform-minded journalists, writers, and photographers in the Progressive Era. That was in 1896 to 1916, was a period of widespread social activism and political reform across the United States of America that spanned into the 1890s to World War I. The main objectives of the progressive movement were addressing problems caused by industrialization, urbanization, immigration, and political corruption. Social reformers were primarily middle-class citizens who targeted political machines and their bosses. By taking down these corrupt representatives in office, a further means of direct democracy would be established. They also sought regulation of monopolies. Wow! Through methods such as trust busting, which is kind of, I guess, whistleblower of the time, competition law, is the field of law that promotes or seeks to maintain market competition by regulating anti-competitive conduct by companies. Trust busting. We need some truth busters, or truth tellers, you know, and corporations through antitrust laws. So there are such a thing as antitrust laws, right? Which were seen as a way to promote equal competition for the advantage of legitimate competitors. They also advocated for new government rules and regulations and new agencies to carry out those roles, such as our friends at the FDA. So the progressives were pretty much not like the left or the right. They had right-minded morals, I guess, but they were left about their activism, right? They were passionate enough and to want to make the peace, but they were used a strong, like some moral code. And maybe while back then, look, they did this. They used to break up and throw alcohol in the streets and all that. Hmm. At the end of the day, was it a good thing they did? Eventually, that went out the window, and they had all kinds of illegal, what do you call them, moonshine, all this business going on. And look where we are today. Alcoholism is still something, even though hey, I like to have a good couple of pints, a good couple of jugs. I'm not a big drinker of hard stuff like I used to be because I was an addict and all this business, right? And recovering. But alcohol played a big role. It's not bad, but hey, it didn't necessarily make society better. But the way they were doing it, the suffragettes, maybe that wasn't probably the best way too, right? Like having everybody already who was drinking, smashing bottles in the streets. So, yeah, women suffrages was promoted to bring a purer female vote into the arena and maybe a purer society, right? So that was the progressive era. And so with that era in the United States, 1890s to 1920s, 20s, 20, 30 years, a generation, right? Just like now, 2000, now we're like 2022, who expose corruption and wrongdoing in established institutions, often through sensationalist publication. The modern term generally references investigative journalism or watchdog journalism. Investigative journalists in the US are occasionally called muckrakers informally. So, where are they now? We don't have them. Here's a couple. They look like they were muckrakers right here. And of course, the origin of the term, because there's always some bro making a word. So after President Theodore Roosevelt took office in 1901, he began to manage the press corps. Really? To do so, he elevated his press secretary to cabinet status and initiated press conferences. The muckraking journalists who emerged around 1900, like Lincoln Steffens, were not as easy for Roosevelt to manage as the objective journalists, and the president gave Steffens access to the White House and interviews to steer stories his way. Right? Roosevelt used the press very effectively to promote discussion and support for his Square Deal. It was a domestic program which reflected his three major goals: conservation of natural resources, control of corporations, and consumer protection. Okay? Among his base in the middle class electorate. So that was, if anything, the beginning of the so-called middle class, right? We hear about upper class, middle class, and what is it? Blue collar class. It is all around that time when the age of industrialization was coming around, right? Because you had the laborers and you had the people on top, but you also had the people in the middle who were able to, be the consumers and benefit from that, right? Whether it be they travel, buy the food and whatnot. And all that big money go to the big people on top. In a speech on April, remember that freaking magic month, April 14th, 1906, on occasion of dedicating the House of Representatives office building, he drew on a character from John Bunyan's 1678 classic Pilgrim's Progress. So this is like an allegory book. saying, "You may recall the description of the man with the muckrake, the man who could look no way but downward, with the muckrake in his hands, who was offered a celestial crown for his muckrake, but who would neither look up nor regard the crown he was offered, but continued to rake to himself the filth of the floor." While cautioning about the possible pitfalls of keeping one's attention ever trained downward on the muck, Roosevelt emphasized the social benefit of investigative muckraking reporting, saying, "There are in the body politic, social and economic and social, many and grave evils, and there is urgent necessity for the sternest war upon them. There should be relentless exposure of an attack upon every evil man, whether politician or businessman, every evil practice, whether in politics, in business, or in social life. I hail as a benefactor every writer or speaker, every man who, on the platform or in book, magazine, or newspaper, with merciless severity makes such attack, provided always that he in his turn remembers that the attack is of use only if it is absolutely truthful." Hmm. Okay. Most of these journalists detested being called muckrakers. They felt betrayed that Roosevelt would describe them with such a term after they had helped him with his election. Right? This guy, David Graham Phillips, believed that the tag of muckraker brought about the end of the movement, as it was easier to group and attack the journalists. So I guess that's why, like, I guess even we see this world in general, not just with the press and but like a lot of industries, medical industries. We don't have those muckrakers no more. We don't have those whistleblowers. We don't have those folks who are willing to get out there and say, "Hey, this is bullshit," right? What are they afraid of? I don't know. I guess it's money, right? Because the people who are running things control it, and they have us by the throat. So these are early writers, no bros. Maybe is that a bro? There's so many. I always say that only as a joke, right? You can laugh with me, because we have so much all throughout that time before. Like, we know there was a lot of mixing. So a lot of these people here, don't think they all like, like white, 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 white. Nah, man. Some of these people mix up, mix up, mix up. Bro! This one almost have an afro here. But this one, Douglas, we used to say. My grandmother, when you mix, you probably mix with some. So yeah, these people here. But this is important to know. Disappearance. The influence of muckrakers began to fade during the more conservative presidency of William Howard Taft. Now, apparently, a lot of people didn't like him. He was the 27th president of the United States, 1909, 1913, and the 10th Chief Justice, and the only person to hold both office, right? I believe he was he was not friendly to the melanated populations. Corporation and political leaders were also more successful in silencing these journalists. Yeah, I see. As advertiser boycotts forced some magazines to go bankrupt. Through their exposés, the nation was changed by reforms in cities, business, politics, and more. Monopolies, such as, bro, Standard Oil, were broken up, and they never forgot it, right? Were broken up and political machines fell apart. The problems uncovered by muckrakers were resolved, of course, and thus the muckrakers of that era were needed no longer, because you went and break up the man, what they call them, robber baron, right? Look. Muckrakers journalism resulted in litigation or legal legislation that had a lasting impact, such as the end of Standard Oil's monopoly over the oil industry and the establishment of the Pure Food and Drug Act, FDA, 1906, the creation of the first child labor laws in the United States around 1916, right? Chimney sweeps. Their reports exposed bribery and corruption at the city and state level, as well as in Congress. that led to reforms and changes in election results. So, the effect on the soul of the nation was profound. Do we have it today? Whistleblower. And even nobody wants to listen to a whistleblower, right? They say, oh, we're a whistleblower. So now we call it investigative journalism also. Yellow journalism and yellow press are American terms for journalism and associated newspapers that present little or no legitimate, well-researched news, while instead using eye-catching headlines from increased sales. Techniques may include exaggerations of news events, scandal mongering, or sensationalism. By extension, the term yellow journalism is used today as a pejorative to decry any journalism that treats news in an unprofessional or unethical fashion. Well, that could be a pretty big that could be a pretty big net, right? Because practice what you preach, right? So this was like, yellow, yeah, based on 5 characteristics. So this guy was an American historian, right? Scare headlines in huge print, often of minor news, lavish use of pictures or imaginary drawings, use of faked interviews, misleading headlines, pseudoscience, and a parade of false learning from so-called experts. Boom, boom, right? Emphasis on full-color Sunday supplements, usually with comic strips, right? That's when they started that. Dramatic sympathy with the underdog against the system. So that became the muckraker. That little, what do you call it? In some news, you would have the spot, right? Like some reporter or journalist would, oh, this is Chuck Spot, and we're going to talk for the underdog, and yeah. So that's what that's all about. So the origins and early use. The term was coined in the coined 1890s to characterize the sensational journalism in the circulation war between Joseph Pulitzer's New York World. Joseph Pulitzer was a Hungarian-American politician and newspaper publisher of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch and New York World. He became a leading national figure in the Democratic Party and was elected congressman from New York. Okay, so he's the guy that they make the Pulitzer Prize, right? Okay, and so that was his thing. Paper played a major role in the history of America's newspaper. He was the leading national voice of the Democratic Party from 1883 to 1911. And don't forget, they were racist back then, the Democratic Party, right? Right? So Randolph Hearst, who I believe is what was he, the grandfather of Patty Hearst, if I'm correct? You have to look up who Patricia Hearst is, but she was in the 70s and she came from rich money, what do they call old money, and she pulled a 360, right? And long story short, she got kidnapped uh, by, the 60s hippie movement type of anarchist thing. Um, anyway, I don't have the full story on my head now. Now I was a kid when this happened, but yeah, eventually she went through what they call Stockholm syndrome with the kidnappers, and she ended up running to rob banks, right, with the kidnappers, and it turned into some. At the end of the day, it was a class thing because they were saying, it was concluded that she was part of this whole thing from the beginning, and she did some time in jail and all this stuff. Anyway, so that's the family. Rich people. Well, you know what? Sometimes things come back to haunt you, even if you were like generations away. So Randolph Hearst Sr. was an American businessman, newspaper publisher, and politician known for developing the nation's largest newspaper chain and media company, Hearst Communications. His flamboyant methods of yellow journalism influenced the nation's popular media by emphasizing sensationalism and human interest stories. Hearst entered the publishing business in 1877 with Michael Trubitt after being given control of the San Francisco Examiner by his wealthy father, Senator George Hearst. So as the was an American businessman, miner, and politician. They just be all kind of things. Politician, baker, cooker, driver, cleaner, uh, cup maker, butterfly scientist. Anyway, after growing up on a small farm in Missouri, of all places, he got to be that. He founded many mining operations and is known for developing and expanding the Homestake mine in the late 1870s. All right, so you get it? So these two guys now, Hearst and Pulitzer, they had their battle from 1895 to 98, and that's their story, right? That's them people, rich people's story on how to make business. Pulitzer and Hearst are often adduced as primary cause of the United States entry into the Spanish-American War due to sensationalist stories or exaggerations of the terrible conditions in Cuba. However, the majority of Americans did not live in New York City, and the decision makers who did live there probably relied more on state papers like the Times, the Sun, or the Post. So this is where we can, they start to say about how journalism got involved in war, right? And how, yeah, we became war hawks, someone who favors war or continuing to escalate an existing conflict as opposed to other solution. War hawks are the opposite of doves. The terms are derived by analogy with the birds of the same name. Hawks are predators that attack and eat other animals. So we know what's happening now. We got a few war hawks. Stories of Cuban virtue and Spanish brutality soon dominated his front page. Imagine that. Cuban and Spanish, right? Both Latin cousins, probably. Dubious as indeed. Male Spanish official strip search an American woman tourist in Cuba looking for messages from rebels. Boy! And yeah, they didn't have a camera then right away, right? They're like, let me just sketch this out. Let me just sketch out real fast. Sketch. Oh, here we go. Today's picture, drawn by Frederick Remington. Jokes, man. All right, there we go. So that's yellow journalism. So we covered a few things here, right? I just wanted to get your mind, like I said, it's mundane. We're almost through. It's 1:02 a.m. We're actually probably get this done, less, not like 4 hours. We did a record jam the other night. I really enjoyed it. I didn't chop up anything yet, only because I've noticed that a lot of you out there really liked it like that, right? Because, yeah, you could play your video game, you could chill and just kick back and, listen to me ramble about the mundane, the stuff that we don't care to hear, right? But it's important. So thank you for tuning in and give a thumbs up, right? Now, as we continue, and don't forget to subscribe. And yes, buy me coffee if you can. So this is some of the books I've been looking at, mass media in the United States, an encyclopedia, and I highly recommend you get that. I believe you can also PDF it, but I'm going to breeze through this for time's sake without cherry picking per se, but I want to get some pertinent uh, paragraphs in this book. So the book is called History of the Mass Media in the United States. So mass culture, development of common experiences nationwide. The development of mass culture in the United States represents a confluence of national forces, extensive transportation and communication networks, the emergence of national manufacturing of brand name products, the growth of advertising as the foundation of mass media, and the national production of media content. Okay? The tentacles of a national network of transportation and communication began to spread across vast regions of the United States before the Civil War broke out in 1861. That devastating conflict temporarily halted the network that would bind the nation together as a mass audience. Telegraph lines in north and south were cut. Railroad development temporarily ceased. The cessation of the war allowed for the resurgence of national development that had shown early promise. National Quality Monthly magazines originated as early as 1850 and gained prominence during the war. Harper's began as a stepchild of the Harper Brothers publishing enterprise. So this is, of course, telling you like the roots of the old school. So yeah, in this book, yeah, mass market book publishing. I'm just gonna go through it, and if you want to freeze your screen and read some of it, you could. But I don't wanna. No, I can't read all of it, and I can't go through it. So I'm just gonna scroll because there are a few paragraphs I do want to talk about here. So I'm only doing this for those of you who want to stop and maybe just freeze it and read it as I see it here. Mass media and politics. Government press relations changed over time. Okay. So politics, we already know, and mass media work together. Here. Once again, you can look at that. Mass media and race. Relationship between press and minority groups has been stormy. No kidding. Let's take it from here. The establishment of Jamestown, Virginia colony in 1607 marked the beginning of a permanent European presence in the land that became America. However, Native Americans or Indians had lived on the land for thousands of years before Europeans arrived, and I'm sure Israelites were out there too. Relations between Native Americans and the colonialists were harmonious at first, but the situation changed. As history tells us, Native Americans and the colonialists engaged in battles that became wars for possession of the land. And the media portrayed the Native Americans as a monolithic group of people. Sound familiar? Even though there were thousands of different Native American cultures east of the Mississippi River at the time, like bros. The black presence in America dates back to 1619 when the captain of a Dutch ship exchanged a group of 20 Africans for supplies from the Jamestown colonist. Initially, blacks were indentured servants, right, and had the same status as whites because this is way ago, right? But by the mid 17th century, however, that's what I say, 17th, 18th, 19th century, however, black equality had disappeared. As a group, blacks were slaves for more than 200 additional years. So somewhere down the line, we do hear people say, oh, well, it wasn't slavery, it was indentured. So, okay, there was that, and then it became slavery again. So if you want to take the time to look at the history of what happened in between that, no, go talk to the Israelites. I'm sure they'd be more than happy to school you as to what happened. So we were for a minute good, like everybody else, like the Irish and all that. But then somehow, just like the Jews, they like, hey, we're not down with you. Put these Negroes back as slaves. Whip, whip, and dip. An Asian presence in the United States can be found as early as 1820 census. I'm sure probably earlier than that. But once again, right? So let's scroll through. And this, I'm going to go a little faster so you can actually look and download this. All right? It goes right through media and religion, mass media and self-regulation, right? Enacting behavior codes, the codes that make you pretty much like censorship. Medium tries to avoid outside restrictions by enacting behavior code. Over the course of the 19th and 20th centuries, mass media came under increasing scrutiny by their growing audiences. Audience concerns largely focused on the corrupting influences that media might have on society in general and the young in particular. The media form under attack has varied over the years, but the issues have remained virtually the same. Dime novels were the first to feel the impact of community outrage. These inexpensive storybooks for young people in the latter part of the 19th century were among those termed devil traps for the young by Purity crusader Anthony Comstock and his followers. So, this is when in those times, at least in 19th and 20th centuries, the dime novels, which were like fantasy and romantic in the age of romanticism and all that, even for young folks, once again, like the comic strips, the Sunday funnies, right? Even though it was kind of new, yeah, young people were digging it, right? And it reminds me of even of when I was a kid growing up there, 70s, 80s. We used to have books like Vampirella, Heavy Metal, even Cracked, Mad were considered books that were like, oh my God, they'll rot your mind. My grandmother used to get mad. I used to collect a lot of Mad magazine back in the day. And and when you say dime novels, yeah, those little uh, dime novels that could be would be considered X-rated, whether it be early LGBT dime novels, right? That was a big thing too in the 50s. Reefer madness, right? So the child or the young one, as they say, as we covered in the last post, that's also part of a whole system, right? The creation of the child, right? Children culture, the creation of the teenager. The only thing is we never like realizes these are controlled, uh, I would say, industries. The funny thing is kids will always grow up to be adults. So the idea is they keep these things work by, if we can produce babies every generation, yeah, that's the market. And then you have what you call the soundtrack of your life, or the book of your life, or the movies of your life, right? If you're following what I'm saying. So I'm just gonna fast forward here. But yeah, the dime novels, it's been around a long time. So a lot of this is not new. I'm just here to get you ready to understand that we're probably going to have to go back to some old school methods if we're going to survive this next century. Because they want to bring in the future, and they want to bring it in those powers that be. They want to bring in the future like really Star Wars, like really uh, the Star Trek, which, hey, you could, but you know what? The reality is it's not necessarily so, because we are still human. We cannot, how we say, transport ourselves into another dimension or portal, at least not in the physical. But there are folks who are trying to do that. Let's move on here. So, media and terrorism, yeah, we got that. And there's one other important point I wanted to bring up in regards to even how young everything is. Yes, media and the anti war movement, we got that. The Tet Offensive, Vietnam. Let me just, okay. So, and you also had mass media and the civil rights movement. Now, some people could say, even in hindsight, as we look back today, that was like a package. The civil rights movement in the United States faced three distinct phases, each of which is important in understanding its coverage by media. The first phase, between 1954 and 1960, followed the 1954 US Supreme Court decision outlawing school segregation. The Montgomery, Alabama bus boycott in 1955. Remember what I was saying in the beginning? Blackott, right? Well, the bus boycott, Montgomery, Alabama, that was effective, right? Just as much as Rosa Parks and whoever else they would say, or because they push the narrative as, and they pick, the media cherry picks who they want to put on the poster, right? So there you go. And usually a lot of these folks are probably, like I say, they get their baby pictures, right? They know their life. So Martin Luther King is one. Don't let anybody fool you. He was not just somebody, just Johnny come lately. His father was known. They have pictures of, the family. So by design, it could be said that even into the 20th century, when the grooming and establishing, and then Standard Oil got totally pissed off by the muckrakers, they probably said, we're going to orchestrate everything, and even if it's something that's going to go against us, let us at least pick who pick our battles, pick who's going to battle us. So yeah, so bus boycott, 1955, they caught that. Martin Luther King, subsequent rise, right? And that was the highlight. And then the second phase, initiated by 1960, lunch counter sit-ins saw mass public demonstrations pushing for integration in public facilities. Was that a good thing? And even in hindsight, I have to ask, was it really something that we really wanted to do? Did we really push for integration? Especially since we were seeing it in the news? Or maybe there were probably more people who didn't want that. They just wanted to be not maybe not killed for drinking water in the same fountain, but the way the media was pushing it back then, it was like black people just wanted the right to use the toilet to take a shit. Well, you can't use a clean toilet with toilet paper? No, you got to use the bucket. Well, we want to integrate so we can have a shit in your toilets. And that's how they kind of push it. When you see the picture with the guy drinking the water at the fountain, right? And it looks like kind of nasty and stale, and it's not his fault, right? But that's like a poster picture of us wanting to be integrated. Why is it we couldn't just say fuck that and like have our own toilets and our own water and right? And I believe that's when the civil rights movement happened, today we can come back and say, okay, that shit failed. All right, they basically killed everybody, eradicated the whole. So, but all we did get integration. At least when I was born, right in '68, I was, and it wasn't a bad thing. But look how it turned out today. And if we were, and the news doesn't even cover anything such like this anymore, like with Black Lives Matter. Well, forget about it, right? Anyway, let's move on. And during the third phase, after 1965, civil rights leaders sought economic and political equality, and Around 1966, the word black replaced Negro, and the movement became known as the Black Power Movement, led by such black leaders, right? So I'm sure even then, like if we want to look and say where did the Black Power movement come from, we'd probably be matching it with these people. But I bet you the media probably had more to do with it by calling it that, right? Because they have the power of words. If the word black was replaced Negro, I don't know if it was many bros and sisters going around saying, you know what, you can don't call me Negro no more, call me black. Nah, you got to look outside the box. So, yeah, the media, especially television, were most effective in covering it, right? The boycott, Little Rock, Arkansas, all of that. But then at the end, and of course, they saw a few beatings, right? 15-minute John Lewis got his, so there were pros and cons. But by the end of the 60s and into the 70s, there are documentaries you can look up even on YouTube where you see like 1973, a bunch of people in Boston freaking out about, sharing like black kids taking the bus. So, mass media and the military, we know about that. But us being involved as a people, mass media and tobacco products, right? Cigarettes, yeah, we know how that worked, eh? We know how that went down, right? You could just look at that and use that for what's happening today. Lucky strikes, as they used to call them. But yeah, the reason why I'm showing you this is that even though us as melanated Israelites here, we've been around for a while, we've been involved for a while, but look at this. Just when you think, okay, it's 2020, 2022, right? 23 almost. A lot of us, one of the reasons why maybe we don't even have that much power or maybe haven't come to realize the amount of power we do have to make a difference is because we haven't even been organized as an organization in journalism. So look at this. In the late 20th century, there were at least four minority journalist associations in the United States. The Asian American Journalists Association, the National Association of Black Journalists, National Association of Hispanic Journalists, and the Native American Journalists Association. I wonder if these things, or if most or all of them still exist. But we'll get back to that. The Asian American Journalists Association was formed in 1981. So wait a minute, we had all this shit going on. They were doing stuff already in like what, the 5th, 6th century and all this, and only then the association was formed in 1981. At least in America, right? Let's check this. The National Association of Black Journalists was founded in 1975. So that's just nearly 50 years old, right? That's me. It's as old as me. I'm older, actually. Most Gen Xers are older. So we were children when this happened. Imagine our parents who were getting into that and working, the ones who did, right? And how far we've come, like especially when you've seen the magazines like Jet and Ebony, and that also made an influence. But a lot of these associations were already owned by the above, right? So 1975 is not that long. Founded in 1975 to expand and balance media coverage of mass communication field, okay, of the black community and to recruit black youth into the mass communication field. I don't know what's ever happened with that. They just shut down a news station, uh, black news station. The association, which had 2,100 members in 10 regions in the 1990s, published the NABJ journal 10 times a year. So that was the journal. The Hispanic Journalist was founded in 1984, included about 2,000 members. So these associations, if they're still around, which I would have to assume, we should be out there hooking up, right? And getting involved. But maybe we don't know about these organizations. So do your research. All right. I can't read the whole document for you, but as you see, it looks pretty good, right? Motion pictures, right? So yeah, get this very good history of mass media in the United States. Once again, thank you very much for tuning in tonight. Don't forget to give a thumbs up, a thumbs up, a thumbs up, share, 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 and subscribe. The invisible hand. Remember, we're talking about that in the beginning. The invisible hand. Tip the hand in the pot. And the order of the occult hand. The invisible hand, what is it? The invisible hand is a metaphor for the unseen forces that move the free market economy through individual self-interest and freedom of production and consumption. The best interests of society as a whole are fulfilled. The constant interplay of individual pressures on market supply and demand causes the natural movement of prices and the flow of trade. Key takeaways. The invisible hand is a metaphor for how, in a free market economy, self interested individuals operate through a system of mutual interdependence. Adam Smith introduced the concept in his 1759 book, The Theory of Moral Sentiments, and later in his 1776 book, An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations. Okay, so that's something you want to check. How the invisible hand works. The invisible hand is part of a laissez faire, meaning the let do, let go approach to the market. In other words, the approach holds that the market will find equilibrium without government or other interventions forcing it into unnatural patterns. Scottish Enlightenment thinker Adam Smith introduced the concept of in several of his writings, such as the economic interpretation in his book An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of Wealth of the Nations, often shortened to just The Wealth of Nations, published in 1776, and the Theory of Moral Sentiments, 1759. The term found use in an economic sense during the 1900s. So it's an old word. That's our bro, Adam Smith. See? 23 to 90, 17, founder of modern economics. All right, advocated for laissez-faire policies. Author of this book. The invisible hand metaphor distills two critical ideas. First, voluntary trades in a free market produce unintentional and widespread benefits. Second, these benefits are greater than those of a regulated planet economy. Almost like free trade. Remember that? Yeah, that's like 20th century shit. That's a long time ago. They blew that out of the water like when was it with Trump? But it's already like a long time, right? Each free exchange creates signals about which goods and services are valuable and how difficult they are to bring to market. These signals captured in the price system spontaneously direct competing consumers, producers, distributors, and intermediaries, each pursuing their plans to fulfill the needs and desires of others. So, right, all that I think I'll use that as my poster for this blog. So that's Adam Smith. Let's see, we have anything on him? Yeah, pretty much the same, Age of Enlightenment. Order of the Occult Hand is a secret society of American journalists who have been able to slip the meaningless and telltale phrase, "It was as if an occult hand had," in print as an inside joke. So let's see. The history of the phrase was introduced by Joseph Flanders, not Flanders from The Simpsons, but then police reporter of the Charlotte News in fall of 1965 when he reported on a mill worker who was shot by his own family. When he came back home late at night, he wrote, "If it was as if an occult hand had reached down from above and moved the players like pawns upon some giant chessboard." So, amused by this purple passage, literary criticism, purple prose is overtly ornate prose text that may disrupt the narrative flow by drawing undesirable attention to its own extravagant style of writing, thereby diminishing the appreciation of the prose overall. Okay? In a local bar, his colleagues decided to commemorate Flanders' achievement by forming the Order of the Occult Hand. They even showed Flanders a banner made of a bedsheet depicting a bloody hand reaching out of a purple cloud. Among the original members were R.C. Smith, associate editor, Stuart Spencer, a few folks here, right? But these guys, I mean, if you decide to look up their name and find out, these guys, you find out them who the mama is, right? The editors were not happy. Okay, so wait, these guys and several others who vowed to get the words into print as soon as possible. The editors were not happy about this mischief at all and ordered copy editors to be extremely vigilant, yet the phrase kept slipping into the paper and even into Downbeat, a jazz magazine by Smith. So the news revealed this tradition of high spirits and how it started in 1985 when it went out of circulation. Right? So that's the occult hand, and these are all example of how it comes in, right? In whether it be the press, right? If the writer doesn't fill the subject line, the occult hand of artificial intelligence will enter no subject. Patrol car appeared behind them as if deposited there by an occult hand. The occult hand, you get it? One might say it was as if an occult hand hurled a raspberry at Hollywood. An occult hand, right? So Klaus Martin Schwab, born 30th of March. Happy birthday, Uncle Klaus. Happy birthday, 1938. He's 2 years younger than what my mother's age. She was born in 1936, but she's December. He's in March. So happy birthday, Uncle Klaus. He's a German engineer and economist. In 1971, he founded what would become the World Economic Forum, where he currently serves as executive chairman. Chairman. I'm not going to get too deep into him. I'm just going to look at just the life. Schwab was born in Ravensburg. Schwab's family was monitored by the Gestapo. Who was that? Abbreviated Nazi police, right? Which in 1944 also interrogated his mother, who was from Zurich, for using a Swiss accent in public. So, because you can't say, Yoko Ono put out a tweet recently. And in the tweet, she says, there is no such thing as bad people, right? And then I saw the responses to that, and people were like, well, of course you're going to have people like, you're crazy. But as I thought of it, even the most heinous person was born innocent in the sense they were born as a baby, right? So all of that trauma, it's a few things that I've noticed gets people totally twisted. One of them is losing a parent, like even if you see it, like I'll use as an example, like in the comics, right? All the superheroes we have, all of them have some fucked up story with their parents, right? Superman, well, his parents got blown up in a planet, right? And then he ended up getting adopted by Martha and and his daddy Kent, right? And then daddy Kent dies, right? Batman, both his parents got whacked, right? He never got over it. So when you think of this kind of stuff and you see what's happening in the world, and most people, I'm sure, who come into this world and they experience some type of traumatic situation, that could skew them into being, yeah, you could turn into a psychopathic tendencies, because it's just pretty much like a lot of the military guys who are, let's say, they become Nazis. A lot of these folks come from some trauma or and are beaten into submission trauma, where once again they have to cope, and the coping mechanism is, hey, well, I'm going to go Nazi. I mean, it's not as simple as that, but we do know that there are programs that even since the Second World War were created to get these guys, give them methadone, right? They got, Hitler got his soldiers high and got them fighting, right? So these to get to that level, and I get a feeling also with, like we're saying, with the Ukraine, the situation there, where we're hearing about how racism is an issue. It's always about what you've grown into, all right, or your environment. So if you do have an environment of stark hardcore Nazis and racists, yeah, you're going to probably become like that, even if you're black, right? Even if you're, no matter where you come from. I know some bros, man. I mean, I grew up with, back in the 70s in Montreal. Hey, I grew, like I said, my friends' parents, some of them were from the Holocaust, right? It was that generation in the 70s. They were of age. So, I knew Masons. Some of them were Masons, Illuminati type, right? The rich kids. And they were probably way cooler then than today, because they lived and they said, you know what? And that was the integration years, right? But even then, it's almost hilarious, because when I grew up with them, I didn't know what I knew now, right? None of us, and my friends too, were kind of the same way, except when maybe, something didn't jive, right? They could claim later in life that they got that from their family. So maybe this guy here that everybody's bugging on, tripping on, Uncle Klaus, as I call him, maybe he had some kind of trauma when he was because of the mother. Now, how does that relate to everybody else, like other world leaders that follow this guy? Yeah, it could be like that. Maybe you hook up with him and, hey, you got to go to certain rituals, right? I digress. So yeah, his family was monitored by these people, right? So why? I don't know. There's probably more to it, and you would have to look up his family history. And I believe there's some good books out there that actually is out there about his lineage. I don't have it on me now, but maybe another time I can bring it up. But I do know that there are some books that are coming out, that looks a little further into not just the person, but how it relates to me, even this. And it goes back to like the grandfather even. But let's look at the individual, right? Because we're always ready to say, well, this person's evil, this person's bad. Maybe Uncle Claus is not that bad. Maybe he just happens to have some issues, and you know what? He's seen something. He's already 83, right? Going on 84. Happy birthday, Uncle Claus. He's probably he got some ish, right? But everybody has to have a heart. Even if maybe he don't like bros. Maybe he not down. Maybe he got his mind twisted. Which in 1944 also interrogated his mother, who was from Zurich, for using a Swiss accent in public. The family then repatriated to Switzerland. He is a citizen of Germany, although he has 3 Swiss grandparents and 2 Swiss brothers. Schwab has been married since 71 to Hild. Okay, that's his wife, a former assistant of his. Like the headquarters of the WEF, the couple live in Cologne, in Switzerland, where Uncle Klaus enjoys hiking in the Alps. You see, Even, they just like simple things. He has kids, right? But then once again, maybe something, and maybe he, you know what I think? I think because, we hear that he was mentoring people and all this business, right? And some of them are world leaders now. Maybe he's probably thinking, you know what? You kids are completely out of you're like, you're nuts. I think maybe I don't want to go that far. Maybe they're not even listening to him. Maybe he's kind of like, well, maybe this has kind of got out of hand. I don't know. I'm just giving people like that kind of benefit. This is why I'm looking him up right now, right? So he, let's see. So yeah, the Schwabs have 2 adult children. Look at that. Between those years, whatever that means. Oh, Nicole and Oliver. So they're twins. But, and confounded this. Okay. So Schwab attended first, second grade at primary school and Wadenswil. Uh, After World War II, the family moved back to Germany. Right? So they dipped, and they, after all that, and then he attended Swan Gymnasium in Ravensburg until he finished his exams. 61, he graduated as a medical engineer from Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Zurich, which awarded him a doctorate in engineering entitled Der Landschaftsrechtlich Exportkredit als Betrieb Wirtschaftlich Problem de Machinobus. I hope I'm saying it right, but you know what? I like it. It's fun. More black people should start reading different languages and try to get the accent. I'm going to read it one more time. Engineering, der, and you got to use the accent. Huh? Der Langkofristig Exportkredit als Betriebswirtschaftlich Problem de Machinobus. Longer-term export credit as a business problem in mechanical engineering. All right. You also have a doctorate. So he's a doctor in economics. That's why he can bust all of this. A master of public administration degree from JFK School Government at Harvard. So he's woke. Uncle Schwab was a professor of business policy at University of Geneva, right? And that shit's been around since 1559, John Calvin, right? From 1972 to 2003. So he was I could have been one of his students. And since then, has been an honorary professor there, right? So he's a professor. Since 1979, he's published the Global Competitiveness Report, an annual report assessing the potential for increasing productivity and economic growth of countries around the world, written by a team of economists. The report is based on a methodology developed by Schwab, measuring competitiveness not only in terms of productivity, but also based on sustainability criteria. During the earlier years of his career, he served on a number of company boards, such as this, former member of the steering committee of the Bilderberg. So it is an annual conference established in 1954 to foster dialogue between Europe and North America. The group's agenda, originally to prevent another world war, well, is now defined as bolstering a consensus around free market Western capitalism and its interests. Okay. So I just wanted to hit him up a bit, just so you know, because we don't hear enough about him per se. We hear about all the leaders are listening to him and he's this and he's the one. But let's at least kind of, do a little forensic on this thing, right? I don't want to go too deep. You guys can read this. This is the stuff you guys can read. So that's him when he had hair in his head, right? Looky right there. He looks like a bro too, eh? Yeah. Okay, let's get back. Right? So, who is his influence? Look who his influences are. This bro right here. You know who he is? He was the Secretary of State in the United States, September 22nd, 73. when I would just turned 4 to January 20th, 1977. Yeah, he was there for a minute. So I'm not gonna go deep into that, right? I just want to get like who their parents are, and but I'll cherry pick this. He remains a controversial and polarizing figure in U.S. politics, both condemned as an alleged war criminal by many journalists, political activists, and human rights lawyers, and venerated as a highly effective U.S. Secretary of State by many prominent international relations scholars. Right? So, with the death of centenarian George Shultz, yeah, you remember him? I didn't even know he made it that. I didn't even know he was that old. So he made it like near 100 there. Let me just check that quick. Hey, he was 100. December 13th, 1920, 21. So yeah, he was a Republican under 3 different presidents, and yeah, this guy, he was part of the Reagan posse, right? All right, let's not stay there too long. So he now is the oldest living former U.S. cabinet member and the last surviving of Nixon's cabinet. What do you know? Tricky Dick. What? Let's see where he from. All right, so he was born Heinz Alfred Kissinger, May 27th. That April, May, June. He coming up now on another 100. He come almost. He getting up there. Yeah, he's 99 this year then. Fürth, Bavaria, right? To homemaker, his mom from 1901 to 90. Boy, they just live wrong, eh? That's his mom, 1901 to 1998. And Lewis, his dad. What? 1887, 1982. That's long. You know what? He's a bro because you could, look. Jackson. Je m'appelle Jackson. Right? All right. I'm just playing here because it is getting a little late and we're gonna wrap this up. So this guy basically, like, let's just look at his career. Vietnam, Bangladesh, Europe, Israeli policy and Soviet Jewry, Arab-Israeli dispute, Persian Gulf, Turkish invasion of Cyprus, Latin American policy, Brazil nuclear weapons program, Rhodesia, right? Formerly Rhodesia, Congo, East Timor, Cuba, Western Sahara. Okay? I mean, we literally need to do a whole like blog on him, right? Because there's so much more to him. But anyways, this guy, he's an influence to Uncle Klaus. All right. So happy birthday, Uncle Klaus. The funny thing is, when you hear like you think that like a lot of these folks could be really sinister, but you know what? Maybe he's just a sweetheart. And maybe like most people, like I always feel like if you just get somebody's grandmother, West Indian grandmother, cook them some rice and peas and make some stewed chicken, maybe some cow heel soup, put something to his ribs, because these guys, trust me, one thing about hip hop and all of that and Caribbean culture, these people love that. Maybe these people I used to see in Carnival and Jump Up, that's the time when you see, and you know what? Maybe we need more of that. You'd see all these white, like some of these people like look like hardcore, uh, grand fuel, and they come in and then whining down and wearing costume. I could see him. I could see Uncle Claus going down to Caravana, with his woman and bum ba da dum bum 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 ba da dum bum 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 dum 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 dum. I could just see it with his bald head, taking sun and sweating and taking rag and wiping on his head, kicking back rum. And then after that, he go back to the office and play bad face. Anyway, let's move on. That's my Trini vibe there for a second. I hope you found that funny, because I think it is. But it is serious though, because if he's really about that whole, at the end of the day, New World Order and killing everybody. Well, you know what? Uncle Claus, you suck if you do that. But to be continued, right? Because I can't just believe it's just him who have that power. But like I said, there are books. There will be a book coming out about his lineage and how the father and the grandfather actually, were ones who tried to do what he's doing now. Coco Chanel, remember her? Coco Chanel's secret life as a Nazi agent. The fashion designer aided in undercover missions for Abwehr during World War II. All right. And this was in 2020. This came out, right? Original 2019. She just passed away not too long ago, if I'm correct. Like, I guess 2 years ago, right? Thanks to her introduction of the little black dress, trademark suits, and the Chanel No. 5 perfume, Coco Chanel is credited with transforming sartorial taste for the modern woman of the 20th century, her name becoming synonymous with impeccable fashion sense, right? And the little black dress, yeah, she invented that. So that little black dress, now that things have been revealed, you always have to wonder what the intentions were, right? Why a little black dress for a funeral, especially back then? But back then, black wasn't the most popular color for, I think, a woman to wear, right? So, but anyway, she's credited for that because today it looks sexy, right? And today we accept it, right? In recent years, however, the availability of declassified French government documents has revealed her covert work for Nazi military intelligence during World War II. Chanel grew up in poverty. See, it's always something. But rose through the ranks of society by the start of World War II. So she did what she had to do to make that. Like most of us, and this is what we have to wonder, if you, like in the society we living today, what we're seeing, what's happening with, like, let's say big industrial pharma and the medical world and all of that, right? We're selling out. Selling out for what? I don't know. Selling out for money, selling out because they don't believe in God and they know they're going to die at the end. But this type of thing, they never addressed. They're probably hurt. They're probably angry at the world and they say, I'm going to get even with the world. So her meteoric rise thrust her into the stratosphere of Europe's most powerful and influential figures. Along with the hobnobbing with artistic luminaries like Pablo Picasso, right? She became friends with Winston Churchill and the mistress and all this business, right? So she had connections, prominent connections, standing and connections helped her regain control over her life at a crucial time. So right there it tells you. So this is what, like I said, like you see today, right? We have this conundrum where, like, it's we hear it, we're hearing the reports. Doctors, some doctors are muckrakers. Let's use that word, right? About what we're being forced, or what they're being forced to do, and then you have others who are just going with it, right? And everything with the hypocritical oath is out the door. Why? Is it because what they had that, once again, is it because they had that crucial time in their life, or that memory of their rough beginnings, right? It doesn't justify. It doesn't justify if you're going to hurt people under the position you take to, that is to help people. So I digress, but this is what happened. So she, at a crucial time, regained control as Adolf Hitler's forces began closing in on Germany's neighbor in the late 30s. So that's all right there. I look, he, skin in his teeth, skin in his teeth, There's something to be said about him. Even though, like, yeah, I know we all love him and everything. He made great speeches, People only wish that we can have someone like him today, right? But it was a different thing. Look, she chilled there. He good. He there, skin and teeth. Chanel dated a German military officer after the Nazis took over Paris in 1940. Chanel cozied up to Baron Hans Gunther von Dinklage, an officer in Abwehr, the German military intelligence. Their romance enabled Chanel to move into comfortable living quarters, and then Joblig as a German headquarters, and kept her firmly entrenched in high society, which also had been infiltrated by German officers. So when you see that, it right off the bat, you can say, yeah, that's probably why we're, infiltration, right? If it's been infiltrated in the systems, in the legal, in the medical, in the, how do you purge it? Well, we'll probably learn something tonight from the previous pages, right? There's probably ways to deal with that. Even though it seems like it's impossible, I know it's not. Then there were her business interests since 1924, when the Jewish Wertheimer family had backed. Okay, listen to this. Then there were her business interests since 1924, when the Jewish Wertheimer family had backed the launch of her perfume line in exchange for most of the profits. The fashion maven had sought to renegotiate things on a more favorable terms. Now, with Aryanization, laws forcing Jews to give up their businesses, Chanel saw the opportunity to reclaim a lucrative branch of her empire. Wow. Chanel became Abwehr Agent F7124 in 1941. Dinklage introduced his lover to another prominent Abwehr agent, Baron Louis de Vauffreland, who allegedly promised to help Chanel free her nephew in exchange for her service to Berlin. So this stuff happens, and it still happens today. It's like a kind of, they bribe or they just do all kind of thing, right? Sometime in 1941, Chanel was registered as, the agent name I just told you, with the code name of Westminster after her former flame. Tasked with obtaining political information from colleagues in Madrid, Chanel traveled to the Spanish city for a few months in mid-1941 with Vauffreland under the guise of business dealings. According to Hal Vaughn's book, Sleeping with the Enemy, based upon, there is a record of her dinner with British diplomat Brian Wallace, during which she casually discussed life in occupied Paris and the animosity of French and Germans held towards her. Right? However, her desire to reclaim her perfume profits reached a dead end as she learned that the Wertheimers had transferred control of the company to a non-Jewish Frenchman named Felix Amiot before fleeing to the United States. She was outed as a German spy in 1944. So she was outed. This is what I'm saying, like people are tripping on everybody else and Uncle Claus and all of that. This is when they say they're everywhere. Thing is, how do you change their hearts? Right? Because it is a psychological thing. Knowing what we know about where race comes from and how we're all related, this stuff is a psychological problem. All right, so sometime between late 1943 and early 1944, with the tide turning against Germany, only then Chanel was tapped for another mission by General Walter Schellenberg of the SS, named Operation Modelhut, German for model hat. Get it? Because she worked with models too. She used to use her personal connection to Churchill, now England's prime minister, to relay word that many SS senior officers were seeking an end to the bloodshed. So eventually they were tired too, right? You see how it goes? And even in war, people would get all, I'm gonna go, and then after that they get tired. Even the freaking SS officers get tired and then move to the States. Chanel arranged for the release of Vera Lombardi, a mutual friend of hers and Churchill's, from an Italian prison. So she was like, deep. Chanel escaped punishment and erased evidence of her actions that tied her to Abwehr. So she basically, that's it, done, right? French forces reclaimed Paris from the Germans, and it was all over. 1944, and everybody, another day. The Nazis, you know what? Instead of saying like we won the war, they said, okay, shh, be quiet. Let's bomb Japan. And then we'll say we won the war. You get it? But technically, they didn't win the war because by proxy, they went and bombed somebody else, bombed the black out of everybody else out in Asia. Meanwhile, the SS, they got tired. They got, they said, let's rest. Let's make disco music in the future. Let's make techno music and let's produce things to mess people up in another way. You dig? All right. We're almost there. We're almost done. So, uh, after the war's conclusion, Chanel appeared in the French court to account for sworn testimony from arrested German officers that tied her to Abwehr. She managed to wriggle her way out of trouble, confirming that Ruffaland had promised to get her nephew out of prison, but otherwise denying the extent of her interaction. So she had family and friends who were all, jailed up. I guess so. Let's put a bro in this case. So if a bro knew that there were other bros, right, in a place, let's say for example, like okay, like Nazi Germany, right? And he goes down and goes to help the bro come, but he says, "Hey, the only way I can help my bro is if I join the SS and I work with you guys." Yeah, yeah, I don't know, but you see a lot of that, right? It's either way, it's some type of treason and traitor, right, to your country and to everybody. But I digress. These folks could do it. That's all I know. According to Sleeping with the Enemy, Chanel also took care to erase evidence of her actions where possible upon learning that an ailing Schellenberg was, yes, he was the writer, was planning to publish his memoir. Chanel paid his medical bills and ensured his family was on sound financial footing. The subsequent memoir had no mention of her involvement as an agent. So, money talks, right? Money talks. Chanel never endured any ramifications for her wartime dealing with the Nazis, like all of them. None of them dealt with. Even Nuremberg, the Nuremberg trial had folks in it who were indirectly for the whole Nazi regime. So maybe you might have, what's his name? A few of them might have killed themselves or whatnot, right? Or whatever, or maybe they got whacked because we know that can happen. Maybe maybe they didn't kill themselves. Maybe they actually got whacked and they said, let's move on. Let's put on a puppet show. Let's make it look like we're doing something, right? Because even though they didn't hang out one or two guys or a few, what happened to the rest of the whole freaking 10,000 Machen people you saw in the film? I didn't see them in the court. Let's move on. So yeah, she never endured any ramifications for a wartime dealing with the Nazis. So she didn't kill anybody, right? But maybe just those interactions caused the death of thousands to millions. So that's how impactful even spies or any type of alliances, Axis alliances, those type of things. All right. So this is where we are today. So don't people, when people say, well, they can't be Nazis today and all that, nah, man, it's just they've been normalized. I mentioned that on one of my first few blogs, right? With the Hogan Heroes. We've been desensitized with Hogan Heroes, China Beach, even as recent, right? We've sympathized. And yeah, they did good things, but once again, if you're really into this whole supremacy and extermination and eugenics, sorry, you don't get to make the team. So yeah, she made a celebrated return to fashion world in 1950s, 54, aided by the same people she had fought for so many years and lived out her years as a celebrity before her death at the Ritz Hotel in 1971. So she was dead for a minute, right? So yeah, definitely take a look at biography. You can learn a lot. Okay. How big businesses bailed out the Nazi? How big business bailed out the Nazis? Let's look at this real quick. Okay, a tragic tale of what can go wrong when profits are entangled with politics. All right, they're only expressed of the The views expressed are the author's own and not necessarily with those of the Brennan Center for Justice. Ditto, okay? Considering the outcome of this year's presidential primaries where the best finance candidates were defeated, I've been asked repeatedly whether corporate money in politics really matters. And I'll grant corporate money so far mostly gone to losing candidates. But history may give us some greater perspective on how corporate money in politics can prove decisive. It's largely a forgotten piece of history, but in 1932, the German Nazi Party was facing a financial ruin. See? Somebody was boycotting them. How did the Nazis move from being broke to being in control of the German government just a year later? The Nazi Party was bailed out by German industrialists in early 1933. The industrialists who led the way were two huge German firms, IG Farben and Krupp. Leaders of both companies were among the few civilians who were later charged with war crimes at the Nuremberg trials after World War II. These trials placed the story of their financial and moral support of the Nazis into the historical record. Krupp was a huge arms manufacturer. IG Farben was a vast chemical company which made everything from Bayer aspirin to Zyklon B, the poison used in the gas chambers. Have you driven a Ford today? According to the arms of Krupp, the Nazi Party was essentially bankrupt in late 1932. Joseph Goebbels, who would, the Mr. Propaganda guy, the one we owe to every commercial break we have today probably, who would later become the Minister of Propaganda, complained. I can't believe, the Minister of Propaganda. So you can be a minister of a sham. Complained that we are all very discouraged, particularly in the face of present danger that the entire party might collapse. So he said that, right? So just going forward, because we don't want to linger on, but and it's not cherry picking, but I'm going to speed read it. Hitler addressed the group saying private enterprises cannot be maintained in a democracy. He also told the men that he would eliminate trade unions and communists. Hitler asked for this financial support and to back his vision for Germany. So see how easy it is to get things when you really want it. You get a few black people, we're not doing that, right? It's like, let's say we had Tupac, right? Who like a messiah today. And Tupac said, hey, I want all my bros and my sisters and everybody come together and let's put together 30 million. But we should do that, you dumbasses. Anyways, let's move on. According to Robert Jackson, former Supreme Court Justice and Chief U.S. Prosecutor at Nuremberg, the industrialists became so enthusiastic that they set about to raise 3 million Reichsmarks, worth about 30 million today, to strengthen and confirm the Nazi Party in power. Gustav Krupp was the first executive to speak at the Berlin meeting and pledged 1 million marks. That's a lot of money, for back then? As the United Nations summarized in a 1949 report, Krupp was a key financier for the Nazi Party, including through his corporation. It was clear from the evidence that Gustav Krupp embraced Nazism shortly prior to the seizure of power by the Nazi Party and continued his allegiance thereafter. He played an important part in bringing to Hitler's support other leading industrialists and through the medium of the Krupp firm, from time to time, made large-scale contributions to the Nazi Party treasury, right? So then Hitler awards Krupp the title of Führer of Industry later in 1933. So you know how that works, right? Krupp acted in concert with other businessmen, including the directors of IG Farben, then Europe's largest corporation. IG Farben's full name was Interessen Gemeinschaft Farbenindustrie, Aktiengesellschaft, which translates to Community of Interest of the Dyestoffindustrie Incorporated, or as one of the Nuremberg prosecutors, Josiah Dubois Jr., in his book The Devil's Chemist, put it, his name was like the cross between a service club and Easter eggs. But what IG Farben did with the Nazis was no laughing matter, including using slave labor at a specially constructed plant at Auschwitz called Monowitz. So they built all of this stuff, and there are documentaries that show, those places now, if you really want to take a look. And they have the the stamp of this company on the walls, and you just have to look at documentaries. It's there. Maybe through the link of this article, you could probably find it. So, in a nutshell, without even trying to read through it all, right? We know this is how this stuff gets going. How this Nazism and these, and even not just Nazism, whether it be ISIS, whether it be anything extreme, it goes like this. At the February meeting, the IG Farben executives gave the Nazis 400,000 marks and a total of 4.5 million marks by the end of 1933. That's a lot of money. So, when you think of it, that's why they probably didn't, lose, right? Because a lot of those, bro, how did they get to make even the trip across? How did they manage to get the housing at like the paperclip offered them? Well, they probably had money. This infusion of corporate cash saved the Nazi Party from financial disaster. The rest, as they say, is history. So, you know, this book, Hell's Cartel, explains the history of German industrial support of Hitler, shows what can go wrong when political objectives and the pursuit of profit become dangerously entwined. One can only surmise what might have happened if the businessmen had simply said no to Hitler that night. Well, same thing for Coco, I guess, and same thing for everybody else, but that's not what happened. IBM and the Holocaust. IBM and the Holocaust, a strategic alliance between Nazi Germany and America's most powerful corporation, is a book by investigative journalist and historian Edwin Black, which documents the strategic technology services rendered by American-based multinational corporation International Business Machines and its German and other European subsidiaries for the Nazi government of Adolf Hitler, from the beginning of the Third Reich in January 1933 through the last day of the regime in May 1945, at the end of the Second World War. Published in 2001 with numerous subsequent expanded editions, Black outlined the key role of IBM's technology in the Nazi genocide by facilitating the regime's generation and tabulation of punch cards for national census data, military logistics, ghetto statistics, train traffic management, and concentration camp capacity. Bip, 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 bip. Punch card is a piece of stiff paper that holds digital data represented by the presence or absence of holes, predefined positions. So that was the old original computer. And that stuff was around even before 1945, all right? I'm going to show you in a minute. So this is how he did it. This is how they did it. I'm going to, let me just, I won't go for much. Let's just do this summary right here. So in early 1800s, Hermann Hollerith, this guy, German-American statistician, inventor, and businessman, who developed an electromechanical tabulating machine for punched cards to assist in summarizing information and later accounting. Right? So that was what Patton did, all of that. In 1860, 1929, a young employee at U.S. Census Bureau, so that's been around for a long time, conceived the idea of creating readable cards with standardized perforations, each representing specific individual traits such as gender, nationality, and occupation. Right? So he's the bro who made all of that. And this is an interesting book. So that you might want to take a read of that, right? Because we all, you can always apply it to what we see happening today. If you know what I mean, online, right? Not to say that, this is what it is today. This is what's happening now. But we are seeing similarities, at least on social media, right? And people have been bringing that up, and the complete hypocrisy that you can, uh, endorse this kind of thing, right? And then chastise Muckrakers. See the language I'm using today? Right? Okay. So read it. Hitler's American Model. This is another book. The United States and the Making of Nazi Race Law. So they are a race, as opposed to like last few months there with Whoopi and all of that. You see, he was saying, yeah, he is the superior race. So this is an interesting other book to read. I highly recommend Hitler's American Model, The United States and the Making of Nazi Race Law. Nazism triumphed in Germany during the high era of Jim Crow laws in the United States. Did the American regime of racial oppression in any way inspire the Nazis? The unsettling answer is yes. Well, we all know now. In Hitler's American Model, James Whitman presents a detailed investigation of the American impact on the notorious Nuremberg laws. Did they work or not? The centerpiece anti-Jewish legislation of the Nazi regime, contrary to those who have insisted there was no meaningful connection between American and German racial repression. Whitman demonstrates that the Nazis took a real, sustained, significant, and revealing interest in American race policies. So there. and check this. If this ain't something, you know, you could take this to the bank. So, okay, I'll just knock out this paragraph. Yeah, because I just want to, bring it down, but I'll read this. As Whitman shows, the Nuremberg laws were crafted in an atmosphere of considerable attention to the precedents American race laws had to offer. It is now 2:11 a.m., 2022, March 28th. So it's a Monday. I just thought I'd give you the time. We're almost wrapping up, so it's already into our second hour. Or actually, almost our third. All right, but we're almost there. So to continue, German praise for American practices already found in Hitler's Mein Kampf was continuous throughout the early 1930s, and the most radical Nazi lawyers were eager advocates, Nazi lawyers, right? Prosecutor defense, were eager advocates of the use of American models. But while Jim Crow segregation was one aspect of American law that appealed to Nazi radicals, it was not the most consequential one. Rather, both American citizenship and anti miscegenation laws proved directly relevant to the two principal Nuremberg laws, the citizenship law and the blood law. Whitman looks at the ultimate ugly irony that when Nazis rejected American practices, it was sometimes not because they found them too enlightened, but too harsh. Huh, well, I'll be. So even the Nazis were like, you know what? You Americans are just way out of control. Even though they're bad and, like, isn't that weird? Like, so what? You guys did this whole oven thing and the gas showers and all experiments, and you're saying that is worse? It's too intense. So what the hell were we thinking? Well, yeah, I don't know, right? If for them to say that makes you wonder. So if you want to read more about this type of stuff and learn, just go PBS. Also, Africans in America is a very good website. You have different parts here of Judgment Day, 1831-65. This is one of them. And this gives you a sort of this whole series tells you about the laws and race-based legislations and everything that's happened at that time. That's why I'm going to look at this 1831, 1865. So I'm just going to breeze through this. Um, Classism and ethnic prejudices did exist among white Americans and had tremendous impact on people's lives. But the bottom line was that for white people in America, no matter how poor or degraded they were, they knew there was a class of people below them. Poor whites were considered superior to blacks and to Indians as well, simply by virtue of being white. And that's still true today, even though you'll have folks who say, well, you know what, we're poor. Yeah, yes, I feel you. I know, and yes, that does exist. And yeah, there are some bros who are way better off, right? I mean, everybody's affected, but the language overall for the whole planet is you're still considered superior, right? Just like what we see in Ukraine, right? Because of this, the most identified with the rest of the white race and defended the institution of slavery. Okay? White working class whites did this. White working class whites did this even though slavery did not benefit them directly and was in many ways against their best interest. So that's the answer to those who say, well, we're poor like you, right? Because they could say, well, yeah, they're not working, you're not working, right? Even though slavery doesn't benefit them, because, yeah, well, we're not rich enough to even make you a slave. It didn't benefit them, right? But at the same time, but that's all by writing and press release because maybe not everybody felt like that. And as generations went on and people hear and repeat the same thing by repetition, then you become what it is. This was a time when European immigrants were pouring into the North. Many of these people had faced discrimination and hardship in their native countries, but in America, they found their rights expanding rapidly, right? They had entered a country in which they were part of a privileged category called white. Northern racism grew directly out of slavery and the ideas used to justify the institution. The concepts of black and white did not arrive with the first Europeans and African, but grew on American soil. During Andrew Jackson's administration, racist ideas took on a new meaning. Jackson brought in the age of the common man. Not me, not you, but the age of the common white man. Under his administration, working class people gained rights they had not before possessed, particularly the right to vote, but only people who benefited were white men. Blacks, Indians, and women were not included, okay? So there you go. So let's see if no, I'm going to cherry pick this one. Uh, Before 1800, free African American men had nominal rights of citizenship. Remember when we were reading about the, what do you call them there, indentured servants? Like way before, everybody for a minute was okay. Kind of like today. You see, today, if I'm sure if people could bring back slavery, they would, right? Because that's what this is all about. Somehow I get the feeling the big, big, big picture is that. In some places, they could vote, serve on juries, and work in skilled trades. But as the need to justify slavery grew stronger and racism started solidifying, free blacks gradually lost the rights that they did have through intimidation, changing laws, and mob violence, pogroms, right? Whites claimed racial supremacy and increasingly denied blacks their citizenship. And in 1857, the Dred Scott decision formally declared that blacks were not citizens of the United States. Motherfuckers. Sorry, but I gotta say it, right? They lost the right to vote. We know the rest of the history. We don't even need to read this. Uh, and of course, in the hands of Northerners. So part of this is also about the Northern experience because, yeah, you had many blacks who left the South, but the North was not better, right? Because a lot of those rules eventually creeped up. And then, of course, by the end of the Civil War, well, the North ended up being like sort of cool, right? Like racist light cool. Yeah, individual cases of assault and murder occurred throughout the North, of course. They stoned, beat, and sometimes murdered blacks. Whites looted, tore down, and burned homes between 1820 and 1850. Philadelphia was site of the worst and most frequent mob violence. City officials there generally refused to protect African Americans from white mobs and blamed blacks for inciting the violence with their uppity behavior, which means they weren't ghetto. It means they were educated. It means that they dressed well, right? And maybe somebody who wasn't looking like them, they said, oh, well, we got to have to kick the liver out of you. But all wasn't all wasn't uh, a tragic end to the day. African Americans and their white allies did not simply sit back and accept Northern racism. They responded to it in a whole range of ways. Black people founded their own churches, schools, and orphanages, right? They did it again. That's the way you had the Black Wall Street and all that. They created mutual aid societies to provide financial assistance to those in need. So much for integration. You see, they tried to integrate, they got their ass kicked up and down, south, north, east, west, and they said, let's make our own shit. They helped fugitive slaves, right? Pretty much like prisoners, people in jail today, right? Adjust to life in the north. Blacks and whites working together took legal measures to try to prevent the erosion of black rights and to protest against new restrictions. Some states even passed a personal liberty laws to counteract federal legislation such as the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850. So, yeah, you want to check this site out? Africans in America. All right. And we're almost there. I'm happy to say 221 because I know now we're pretty much got through the big heavy stuff about journalism and how it impacts our lives and the media. So now today, this black news channel shuts down, right? After the backer declines to fund it further. Startup aimed at serving black audiences had drawn journalists from established media outlets. So this was on for less than a year, up until the other day. It was on YouTube. And Friday, it ended after the billionaire backer declined to provide more funding for the startup. And it ceased on Friday after it failed to make the payroll. About 230 employees were laid off, informed they would not receive severance pay and their health benefits would end in a week. So, why? You see, this is, I would say, a big uh, shaft. And why it's such a shaft is it kind of shows you like who can you trust, right? I just finished reading how whites and blacks got together to help. And it seems that today, even though we do have it, and I'm sure there's probably way more people, white, black, all cultures, who are more on the truth than those who are not. Okay. However, those who are not have a lot of money. So they say, hey, you know what? I'm going to pretend I'm down with you. And hey, I can do this because this guy, this billionaire, could have paid them and given them the, but no, the billionaire said no, declined to provide, not even you. So you're, thanks for 1 year of literally nothing. The channel also faced a gender discrimination lawsuit after female employees claimed their male counterparts earned more money. Well, who was your owner, right? Princell here, the station CEO, said in the memo Los Angeles Times reported, during the past few months, we have endured very painful workforce reductions at all levels of the network as we work to achieve our financial goal of a break-even business. Okay? The station was initially funded in 2019 by the Jacksonville Jaguars NFL team's owner, Shahid Khan, who provided 50 million in backing. Notably, the station was launched at the time, yeah, when the channels went. So Shahid Khan Black News Channel is shutting down. You know what this should read in the future, next time around? For example, Tupac Shakir's Black News Channel is starting up. Dr. Umar's Black News Channel is starting up. IUIC Black News Channel is starting up. You see where I'm going with this? Let's move on. Especially you billionaire, millionaire rappers. Hip hop, hip hop. 50, 60, 100 years later. You know, all the richness of legacies that we have. And this is where we are today. And to think different in our community today, it's almost like a sin. It's almost like you're insulting. It's like, wake the frick up. You're not going to be 18 forever, black boy. Be a man. Black woman, stop showing your Bamsi outside. No other woman in any culture should. You know what? If you've seen an Asian woman, Arab woman, they would be, they wouldn't make it home, that's for sure. But we have to represent everything liberal and everything with a past, even though nobody represents us and nobody gives us shit about us. All right, so this was the newspaper. It was looked pretty good. It looked like it was covering a lot of stuff, but yeah, you know, we know we have other papers and other websites that are melanated owned, and they'll probably take care of you a lot better. Poland authorities must act to protect people fleeing Ukraine from further suffering. So this is Amnesty. I'm not going to read all of it once again. You know, people fleeing Ukraine are anxious to get reliable information about shelter, transportation, and their legal status. But without coordination, people risk being deprived of such essentials and being harassed or preyed upon by criminals. Right? This is in the Polish borders. The history of Cold War peacekeeping. United Nations peacekeeping was initially developed during the Cold War as a means of resolving conflicts between states by deploying unarmed or lightly armed military personnel from a number of countries under UN command to areas where warring parties were in need of a neutral party to observe the peace process. But we just saw, right, in the previous of what that was, what, you know, a black peacekeeper is expected to tolerate, right? So these are all the missions that they've done. Look how much money, right? Here's how you can help LGBTQ and Black Ukrainian refugees. So here are the organizations to support and simple ways to help during the ongoing refugee crisis. So this is good to see. So there is hope. So this is on self.com. Social media has been flooded with support for people of Ukraine since Russian forces invaded the sovereign Eastern European nation last week. So this was written on March 2nd. This was early, right? So let's see. So when you're saying that being said, you should do whatever research you can whenever you distribute funds, naturally, whether that's looking up a nonprofit's Form 990, seeking them out on Charity Navigator, or checking someone's social media account to see if they posted any receipts of how they're using people's money. Boost the stories of Black refugees. Okay, so these are some of the things you can do, right? I'm not going to read through it. I expect you, if you want to do the homework, go for it, but I'm going to just breeze through because we're wrapping up. Boost the stories of Black refugees. Multiple reports have shown that not all refugees fleeing Ukraine are being treated equally, and namely that Black refugees are being denied passage both out of Ukraine and into neighboring countries, right? So talk about it. The Twitter hashtag Africans in Ukraine has been flooded with footage, photos, and et cetera, et cetera. Uh, how are they doing now? I haven't seen Africans in Ukraine in about a week. I haven't heard anything about the volunteers or the soldiers who are going to be called nigger out there in a week. So give us some news, okay? Just let us know you're doing okay, at least, please. All right? Corinne Sky, an organizer who's been helping coordinate resources for Afro-Caribbean students fleeing Ukraine, shared a thread with ways to help that includes a link to a GoFundMe. So, 2, support grassroots efforts to house LGBTQ and BIPOC, which is like, you know, people of color, refugees. All right. Support the following organizations. Insight Ukraine. Insight is a local LGBTQ organization that provides legal, psychological, and medical support to queer and trans Ukrainians. Outright International is a global LGBTQ human rights organization headquartered in New York, accepting donations on behalf of LGBTQ organizations. QA, LGBTQ Ukrainians in America. So those are some places you can check out if you are want to support the LGBTQ. But you know what? You should put a B in front of that fucking B, LGB. Why don't you just put B, right? Because I mean, black LGBTQ people are probably there too. We're not like monolithic. We're not just one people. Since everybody, especially among black LGBT, there seems to be a very big concern among everyone else when they get killed or murdered, right? And they say, "Oh, it's all black guys doing that." Nah, man. Most black families have somebody who's queer and this and that and clone or transgender, or it's basically part of our culture going way back with buck breaking and all that. That's nothing new for us. So when I see just the simple LGB, I don't see a B. I don't see the B as in black included in that. Because every time I see it like that, I'm thinking, hey, you only mean white LGBT, right? Report crisis in Ukraine, humanitarian and human rights imperatives. So these are recommendations. You could take a look at the report, refugeesinternational.org. And this was at least, well, at the last week, but it's pretty much a global response and an update as to what's going on. It's a very, at least very insightful and probably a lot more, like these sites are way more, I would hope, and I'm only saying with some confidence, a lot more honest maybe as to what's going on there than what you're seeing anywhere else, because it's supposed to be dealing with humanitarian law, right? So you might want to check out some of these places. Allafrica.com, right? You might want to check this out also. Um, Africans who have built their lives in Ukraine over many years reflect on their experiences in their adopted country and what was waiting for them as they fled to Poland to escape the war. No matter the country we were from, they put foreigners aside and we couldn't get on the first train to live. Said Fred Walwaza, 46, who was originally from Zambia, but has lived in Kiev for 23 years and spent 10 years between Russia and Ukraine before that. See? And I went there for a minute, right? I told you I went out there. It's okay. However, he was recalling the distressing hours it took for him to get from capital of Kiev to the northwestern border with Poland. They didn't harass us as happened to other foreigners, but they told us that we cannot go. So he's telling you exactly what time it was, right? So he first arrived in Moscow in 1989 to study for his preparatory year, which was needed in the former Soviet Union to learn Russian before joining any faculty. He studied economics, got a master's degree in philosophy in Donetsk, southern Ukraine. Isn't that where, yeah, right? So they would have probably whacked him if he stayed there, right? In 1999, he finally moved to Kiev, where he eventually married a Ukrainian woman, had a family, and became a builder. Now, would those people out there be happy about that? Their argument is that, well, they deserve to be pure. The incidents of racism he and other non-Ukrainian refugees have experienced over the past few weeks are nothing new for Wawasa. Nearly 3 years ago, a neighbor attacked him with a knife because he was doing some noisy work in the building's courtyard. While Swaza managed to take the knife away, but injured the neighbor's hand in the process. When the police came, they assaulted Wawawasa and handcuffed him. It was intervention by other neighbors that saved them from being arrested. Said he chose to stay in Ukraine all this time because he learned to appreciate what it offered. And at his first impression of the Soviet Union had been positive, There was no racism back in the 1980s until the fall of the Soviet Union. That's a very interesting point because when those walls came down, right, and West and East and West Germany and all, that's when things, and of course, it was the Americans that did that, right? They made it their business, be democratic, right? Take down that wall. There was a tendency to keep a good relationship with African countries, especially because Cuba had black people and it was the Soviet Union's greatest ally in the West. It's true. That whole shit that happened with Kennedy in the 60s, right? With the Cuban Missile Crisis. And when the Americans found out that Russia was there, yeah, it was Cuba, but Cuba is pretty black. So that was another thing why they were, I'm not gonna, how we say, endorse any, fuck everybody, because you know what, it's about be one first. You all burnt us. But right there, that said a lot. The fact that the Soviets were down in Cuba. Just like, you know what, they could have been in Jamaica, Trinidad, they could have been busting up all kind of things up there and say, hey, you know what? Tell you what, comrade, since these people so wicked with you, why don't you? But it didn't happen like that. But it was a big scare. But as this guy said, yeah, up until the 80s, the Americans succeeded. And yeah, there you go. There's a tendency to keep a good relationship with the African countries. And, you know, God bless America. God bless your heart. But you guys are not the same like it was. You could save it. But it seems that there are people that you voted in who are adamant on destroying the country that you voted them in to help make prosperous. And it's getting worse every election because we know that a lot of these folks who get in there are tossed in there by ching money. So anyway, despite the acts of racism that Walwasa had tolerated, he was still shocked by his treatment while fleeing Ukraine. This is a period of war when people are in hardship, they usually try to help each other. He said, look at Poland, they're offering free transportation and food. That's something that wouldn't be there in a peaceful time. Yeah, well, we're hoping, right? We're always hoping and hoping and hoping. And I'm like, you know what? Maybe, you know, like I said, God spare life, something happened and you have to go to heaven today, right? What are you going to tell God? God's going to look at you and say, so, did you do something like at least to protect yourself? Because I can't just let you in here because you went and kiss up with the enemy, right? According to the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, over 3.5 million people have fled Ukraine. Okay, so a lot of those people are going to be in different countries, which is, hey, that's fine. Forget about the Somalians, forget about the Haitians and everybody else who doesn't look like that. But that's a recipe for something I don't think is going to be necessarily a benefit to us or be one. Okay? So welcome and unwelcome. So that's what's going on that. Peace Corps advises black volunteers they may be called N-word by Ukrainian refugees. That's 3 days ago. Like this bro here, right? He's younger than me, right? But if he's all about that, shouldn't he even be like kind of, I don't know, like maybe having a kind of a peace talk? But that's not the case. It's all about them. He even used Martin Luther King in his speech, right? He have a dream that doesn't include us. Martin Luther King had a dream. It included him too. It included this guy. If you're black and thinking about volunteering to help the people from Ukraine, be careful. MTO News learned that the Peace Corps website explained that black people are likely to face pretty blatant and possible dangerous forms of racism from Ukrainian refugees. You know what's really fucked up about that? None of these, and like the bros who are going to help Ukrainians now, right? What's up? How come all these fucking Rambo niggers can't even take a minute to do something in the hood? Everybody's a pussy when it comes to, like, black gangs. And black gangs are not that they're survivors, if anything. They're potential to be good soldiers too. But their whole the whole doctrine and mantra, they've been sold out too by big people, right? That's why the gangs are that. But two things. Why can't we have those type of bros help to bring that together? And then, and or infiltrate the freaking gangs. Because I'm sure, and that's gonna happen. I predict that too. I know for a fact black gangs at some point there's gonna be a turnover. That shit's not gonna last because especially in a time of war, right? If you got a bunch of Nazis ready to wipe you out, I don't think the Bloods and the Crips are gonna just sit back. However, that whole mentality of whacking each other out, you see, like even them Nazis didn't do that. You see for yourself. You saw how people actually said, you know what, they did all kind of scheme and they said, let's work together. But here we are. We got strong Rambo bros going out somewhere else where people are going to probably whack them out and call them all kind of. I don't know. I don't know. But I'm speaking it only because we have to do something about it. So I'm putting out the words out there, right? Because eventually, if it gets too late, don't complain. They say 1/3 of our people, or what is it? 2/3 of our people have to go. Isn't that written in the scriptures? Well, if you want to be ignorant and keep at it. So that's it. Volunteer voices. People of color face many challenges living in Ukraine as Peace Corps volunteer. How many African Americans will confront far more complicated issues for modern parts of Ukraine? African Americans are part of the community and day-to-day life. Of course, we can't generalize, but the news is generalizing. However, there are many Ukrainians who have never seen a black person before. Their understanding of African American culture is fueled by media and African stereotypes. You will generate lots of interest and curious there. So, it's not uncommon for you. We read this earlier, right? This is just like an article. We read it in the actual Peace Corps site, but this is like the news. And it's only the second place you'll see this. You try to look this up anywhere, you will not find it. I had to really take a bigger search to find this stuff. This is on what site? World News Era, right? It's not uncommon for Ukrainians to refer to African Americans as niggers. Volunteers of color may be called a monkey or may see children's games with blackface, right? We already covered that. So good luck. Hip hop in Ukraine. See, this is what I'm telling you. Hip hop in Ukraine, music, race, and African migration. I'm not going to get into a big thing. Let's just do a quick excerpt here. The bazaar merchants collaborate with their ethnic groups, leading to a diverse but ethnically divided economic space. Because the products are so similar and of low quality, it is made immediately apparent whether a person is wearing clothes purchased at the bazaar, which in turn influences how clothes imbue status and meaning in Kharkiv. In reaction, see? Bro! Look, a bro! Bro! Look, another bro! 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 Okay, that's our bros. Figure 2, African merchants selling jeans at the entrance to Bazaar Barbashova in Kharkiv 2008. So bros are always selling, we get things going on. People don't look they hate too much, you know. To the sameness of these products, young hip-hop musicians shop at more expensive hip-hop specific shops in the city as a way to differentiate themselves. At Kharkiv's Bazaar, Barbashova, Chinese and Vietnamese merchants sell wares from containers to set up at the edges of the market. So they got some hip-hop there, and this looked like a very interesting read if you really want to take a look, The comparative success of other immigrants in Ukraine reveals that Africans are racialized into a specific rubric of others due to the local fares based on physical blackness. Just the physical, at the end of the day, yeah. Colleagues and friends in Ukraine admit that they're afraid of being physically close to people with black skin. They have used the word strashny, scary, to describe African men in particular. The Soviet-era term for perceived black identity, nigger, the Russian translation of Negro. Yeah, remember I was telling you it was like, yeah, it's not in the sense like how we say it, right? However, when we try to like, I had to kind of educate and say, for us in America, it's the intonation is different. But hey, once again, if they say it with the intonation, I would say that means you can see it in their face, they hate you. So Negro is still often used in colloquial conversation, but students from Africa are quick to dismiss the term in conversation due to its association with slavery and Jim Crow and dignities in the United States, right? And rightfully so, right? So there's probably more, a lot more juicy tidbits for you to read up, but I would recommend Hip Hop Ukraine, Music, Race, and African Migration. Okay. And I'll see if I can actually add the links later because I'm actually closing tabs as I speak here. But you know what? I'll keep this tab up and I'll look into it. Racism in Ukraine, multi-ethnic, let's check out what Wiki has to say, right? Ukraine is a multi-ethnic country that was formerly part of the Soviet Union. Valery Govalenko argues that racism and ethnic discrimination has arguably been a largely fringe issue in the past, but has had a climb in social influence due to ultra-nationalist parties. Remember, I've seen this before. Right Sector is a far-right Ukrainian nationalist organization. It originated in November 2013 as a right-wing paramilitary confederation of several radical nationalist organizations at the Euromaidan revolt in Kiev. Euromaidan, that was the big, yeah, where the street fights. So several. Do bros have any? Do we have several anything? Right? Several radical nationalist we have like the IUIC, and they're considered practically a terrorist group, right? Only because they're preaching the word. But then you have these guys, several. See, it's shit like that is gonna blow up in people's face, man. It's gonna come back to hit you because you're basically being not only arrogant, not only like narcissist and everything in the worst. You're being blatant and putting it in our face. You can have that easily. Human Rights Watch reported that racism and xenophobia remain entrenched problems in Ukraine. In 2012, the European Commission Against Racism and Intolerance reported that tolerance towards Jews, Russians, and Romani appears to have significantly declined in Ukraine since 2000, and prejudices are also reflected in daily life against other groups who experience problems in accessing goods and services. All right. So this is for you to read. Racism in Ukraine. It's in Wikipedia. I'm not going to go through it all. Right. These are how other people look out there. If you give it a chance. Right. Right. My bros, my sisters out there. Right. Same family. And I also like to put the tolerance towards Jews. Right. Because it seems like nowadays we're getting this message where, because of what happened in the Second World War, right? That Jews cannot be racist. I know Jews who would say there's nothing further from the truth on that, right? Because, uh, you know, people sell out, man. We have, we have coons. We call it coonism. Boule for some, but boules are not as bad because boules are more money and, fraternities, right? But coons are pretty much like, maybe like Coco Chanel, right? Right? You got money, help my friend, get my friend out without even having a bit of backbone to fight against it. However, people could still continue their lives until they pass away in a hotel room. So when we hear about, when I like to really focus on the word, on the Jews, because if anything, if we're going to get better and if we're going to really solve the situation of wars and rumors of wars and hatred and racism and Nazism and all this stuff, nationalist. Us bros here and our brothers who are Jewish people and sisters are an ethno-religious, let me get that back here, are an ethno-religious group and nation originally originating from the Israelites and Hebrews of historical Israel and Judah. Jewish ethnicity, nationhood, and religion are strongly interrelated as Judaism is the ethnic religion, right? Ethnic religion of the Jewish people. So we care and we love you. Not all of us, but then you have people who care and love us, even though not all of you do. So until we can come together, right? And I know, just like my, German friends when I was growing up and their parents were Nazis, they're like, yo, and I had Jewish friends who were the same thing. And they, it's like, get with it, people. Don't listen to those freaking crazy, psychopathic hypocrites, narcissists out there who are trying to tell you different. Whether they be black, Jewish, Russian, Romanian, don't, white, because there are a few weakest people out there who have their own problems and they're trying to bring down everybody. So that's why when I see that the Jews are mentioned as well as the Russians, you can see for yourself, we're all getting burnt by these fucking ultra nationalist parties. No one's perfect. Yes, I don't believe in this expression where they say, oh, everybody can be racist. That's the stupidest thing I could ever hear. Right? That's something that it's you learn it. You don't come into the world knowing it. Let's move on. Speaking of racism, yeah, the University of Alberta, Faculty of Arts, Canadian Institute of Ukraine Studies, right? They put out a little article here. I'm not going to read into it too much, but this article, it talks about, the human rights, of course, and how it's also widespread manifestations in Canada, because we think Canada's all of that. Yeah, well, Indigenous as well as Black slaves were kept in parts of the country before. The practice was restricted in Upper Canada in 1793. So that means when maybe there were indentured servants in the United States, we were having slaves. Curtailed entirely on Prince Edward Island in 1825 and then abolished throughout the British Empire in 1834. And then, Canada or what it was cool, right? But by then the states was in full effect, even in their north, right? So that's where we say, okay, Canada was cooler before the states. But it didn't mean we were cooler when it came to the race issue. Yeah, this story will come to a surprise of many, as to many, if not most Canadians who typically learn that Canada provided a haven for escaped slaves. Yeah. And no, well, yeah, it's true. Canada has in no way been exemplary in its treatment of its Indigenous people, Afro and Asian Canadians. Well, that's now changed because, if I'm correct, Asian Canadians now can be protected. So that just probably leaves just Indigenous and Afro. So this is something to read about, um, the Canadian perspective. Is it true that Ukrainians in Canada know a few things about discrimination firsthand, as there was a time when we were not regarded by some as being white or members of a civilized race, notwithstanding the color of our skin or our European heritage? By being regarded as less than real Canadians, it was possible for Ukrainians to be denied jobs or the possibility of advancement simply on the basis of their foreign origin or funny names. Right? So they felt it too. Well, because there are a lot of Ukrainians in Canada, all across the Northwest Territories, Alberta. Yeah, for sure. Recognizing and understanding this is but the first step that we must take if we are to join our indigenous brothers and sisters on the road to truth and reconciliation. So a lot of the Ukrainians also had, in Canada, in that time, even though they had some, because Canada's British, right, had some type of discrimination, they still managed to get into the society and contribute to the society, right? All throughout, even after the 18th, 19th century and all of that. Look into the 20th century and you see how things go. But we didn't have a lot of immigration flood into Canada either, right? I mean, this is something mainly after the 50s, 40s that you see more of that. Let's move on. But yeah, check it out, University of Alberta. As long as you're black, no one likes you. Africans fleeing Ukraine report racism and discrimination at the border. ABC News 10. Well, we saw that already, right? That's old news already. So in wrapping, okay, we're almost there, and we're going to be wrapping up with a few little biblical scriptures to wrap things up. And thank you very much for coming in tonight and following. And when you hear this recording after, thank you for showing up and listening to it again by then. Thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe. Buy me coffee sometime. Kid Creole, rapper with Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five on trial for murder. It is now 2:56 a.m. The 28th of March, 2022. We're creeping up to April. And what an exciting April I'm sure it's going to be. So yes, Kid Creole, not to be confused with Kid Creole and the Coconuts, because that's another guy. I mean, you kids probably wouldn't even know him, but he had a song called Endicott, right? Remember that? Endicott, da 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 da. So not that Kid Creole. This is part of Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five. So Nathaniel Glover, which is his real name, is accused of stabbing a homeless man to death in 2017. His trial began on Friday. He claimed self-defense in the case. Creole allegedly stabbed John Jolly twice in the chest with a steak knife after becoming enraged because his lawyer said he thought Jolly was gay and hitting on him. The stabbing incident happened as Creole was heading to his maintenance job in Midtown Manhattan around midnight on August 1st, 2017. Jolly allegedly asked him what's up to precipitate the confrontation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is New York City. It's 12 o'clock at night. Who's saying what's up to you with good intentions? Creole's lawyer told the jury, Scotty Celestin, his fear for his life was reasonable. Celestin also claimed Jolly died from a dose of the sedative benzodiazepine at the hospital, not the stab wounds. That's interesting. Huh. Yeah, so that's something to look out for. And yeah, as I was saying earlier, the world remembering a Foo Fighter drummer. Yeah, it's what it is, right? I mean, you can only hope and expect the best. I mean, Taylor Hawkins, right? I used to think of him as so. Okay, so Kurt Cobain passes away, right? 90 some early 90s, and then when Foo Fighters came out, Learn to Fly, right? Not Born to Fly, Learn to Fly. Um, I saw the video and then the plane and all of that, and I could have sworn, because this was the new band, right? And Kurt was already done. I could have sworn it was Kurt, or they're trying to make like Kurt was alive. Because when he was playing the drums, you didn't see his face in the beginning, right? Right, and it was a kind of a parody video and all. I thought part of the parody was let's because people were still attached to Nirvana, right? People were still attached to Nirvana. And so when Dave Grohl came out, it was like, ah. But then you saw this guy with the blonde hair shaking back and you're like, hey, that's Kurt. He's still there. He's still alive. Or it's some an incarnation of Kurt Cobain in the look of the band, right? because there are some similarities. I mean, they don't look alike, but when he had his hair in front of him, right? So I just find it kind of interesting that it turns out that this guy, I mean, not that I wanted anybody else, but he passes away, like, and he was like, he wasn't the front man. He was like at the time, right? I just found it interesting. Nirvana was a heavy group, but Foo Fighters lightened up the music a lot more. So it'd be nice to, you know if the band will still stick together, because now this is like the second death that Dave Grohl has to deal with, right? When it comes to that. So I don't know how they or what they might do to replace, or if they will. So rest in peace, buddy. I didn't know him, but and you can never like idol these people, but you got to put out at least some energy out there. And one thing to notice, I did hear that, and I saw actually the clip of Dave Grohl saying that everybody had to be make sure that like nobody could be on the tour with them unless they were not medicated. That was a very big thing. Like, you had to be medicated. Everybody, including the fans and people coming to the show, all this stuff, right? So to be continued. Now they say what, his heart weighed double that of an average man, and this guy was clean for a while. Like, the report says, oh, he had all these drugs in his system, and they checked his urine. He's already dead. So, anyways, to be continued. Another rascal, Hunter Biden, helped secure funds for U.S. biolab contractor in Ukraine. This one just came out a couple of days ago. Look at this guy. Now, look, as much as people were saying things about the Trumps, ain't no Trump looking like this. These people, these guys nowadays, this is a new thing, eh? World leaders looking all shabby, right? Like Volodymyr, okay. I could say in Ukraine, I could see, yes, they're in war and all of that. But dude, shave, put a suit on. Most even leaders during war, unless you're fighting with them, I don't see this reason why you be, talking to people in a green army shirt. I don't know. Like, I'm picking up on that. Like, what? Are you fighting with them? Are you hanging with them? If you're a leader, put a freaking suit on every day if you have to. Get away with that 1-2 days not shave. Okay, it's rough, but the image, I don't know, anyway. So this guy, he's another one, shabby guy, son of the freaking president, about my age, right? There's a bunch of pictures of him sitting half naked, looking like he just finished, doing a toke, doing a blast, as we say it. Russia's assertion that President Biden's son Hunter was financing biological laboratories in Ukraine was based in truth, according to emails. A trove of emails, a trove, on Hunter Biden's infamous laptop, the existence of what was exclusively reported by the Post. So what about Hillary's laptop, right? They went for that. He found that he played a role in helping a California defense contractor analyze killer diseases and bioweapons in Ukraine. So if you guys aren't tripping and like thinking, what the, like, if this was Trump, one thing for sure, they would have been on his ass for real. So this is where we're at. Look, I at first wasn't crazy about Trump, but then I started to see some things, and I started to see where the left was going. And it's the same thing in Canada. I was a dedicated lover of the left per se, and they broke my heart. So now I'm seriously considering being a conservative now, because what else do I have to lose after being so shafted? So here we are, we see this in the States, right? We should be careful here in Canada, because things find a way around. Karma could be like that. I was very upset, during the whole lockdown. It completely disenfranchised me again. Like, and I'm sure there's many other bros and sisters out there who are disenfranchised because of all this madness that occurred in the last 2 years. Why? Because of people them who like to go around and twist up words and then put the blame on you and make you look like the problem, like you're the Nazi, you're this, you're that. That's what happened in Canada. And now look, right? So I'm just saying this because we should be careful who we vote for, and we should and those running should be careful who's voting for you, because we watching you. Moscow has claimed that secret American biological warfare labs in Ukraine were a justification for its unprovoked invasion of the neighboring country last month. It doubled down the accusations Thursday, claiming the labs produced biochemical weapons at the Biden family's behest. US President Joe Biden himself is involved in the creation of biolaboratories in Ukraine. This is what they're saying. And this is the New York Post. Maybe some people don't like the Post. I'm just saying, look. Right? This is the son of the leader of the free world, right? I mean, heck, how does this, like, not to knock the bro, right? But we got a right to be skeptical. How does all these fit? Like, if this was like any of Trump's family, they would have been out the door, rightfully so. But you see, it's a double entendre. It goes both ways. They're probably all involved, and one is worse than the other. No, they're all the same. So they say that he's the one who's. So this should be a freaking alarm, right? US intelligence official earlier dismissed Russia's messaging as war propaganda, explaining that Ukraine's network of biological labs dedicated to pathogen research were not secret and had publicly received funding from Washington. So they were already making some, thing about Hunter Biden there. Chica tweets she's alive following suicide scare. I don't know who Chica is. I believe she's in the hip hop genre. But she worried her fans over the weekend when she posted an alarming statement to her Instagram stories indicating she was on the verge of suicide. But as of yesterday, Sunday, March 27, the 25-year-old Warner Music Group artist provided an update via Twitter, writing, "Alive, wanna go home." And she was saying that I went to the top of the Intercontinental, but could not jump, not because I don't want to, but because the metal stairs were scary. That's the thing about having a fucked up brain. No matter how much pain you're in, there'll always be something holding you back. It's draining and sad, she wrote. It looks like crying wolf, but it's not. Well, I mean, I'm finding that there's a lot of our young black artists who are, if they're not getting whacked out, and they're doing stuff like, jumping and whatnot. So what can somebody say or do? But once again, I guess, reinvent yourself, right? She's young. I mean, if she, God spare life. So, most of these young rappers today, I dare you to make it to 40, you know? But they're into this culture where, hey, you know what? Live today, die tomorrow. That's been going on for a little too long. Do I blame them? No. I mean, what do you have, right? Dougie Fresh films colonoscopy. PSA at hospital following Kango kid's colon cancer death. Black men, especially us bros after 50, get your prostate checked, right? Do your, well, at least I don't know about doing the full colonoscopy, right? If you need, go with your doctor. In Canada, we have a different method of doing tests, which is not as invasive. They give you what you call the stool kit, and yeah, you send that in. But one thing for sure, it is something that does get a lot of the bros, especially after 50s, prostate issues, prostate cancers and whatnot. Some people know at least one family member that's been through it. It was a big thing in the last decade or two. It seems to have gone down, but we don't know the numbers. All I'm saying is get that test every year. Make sure you get an appointment with your doctor. And yes, even if you are, um, and I'm a strong believer for LGBTQ, get, I mean, hey, it's your body. At the end of the day, if you have a prostate, if you still have ovaries, check them out. If you still have, if you still have a chest and you feel a lump, be smart, take care of yourself. So it's unfortunate though that, we're living in a situation where young people are really reaching out more so than us because we spoiled them, we softened them, and now here they are as adults and they don't really know how to handle anything. If, God forbid, if we had a full scale hot war, we wouldn't make it because we're not built for that, right? So with that, I guess once again it goes back to parents. So we say honor the parents. Well, what about her parents, right? What about the parents of most people? Do most people still have parents? I beg to differ because today it seems that when we have families that are being created via a tube or through other methods, not to discount or take away from that, but there is something that is still unique to being able to, at least in the old school sense of how we were brought into this world by our parents, in most cases, at least in you know the known common sense. We could have had, like I said, I'm a believer that we've been cloning and doing all this surrogate stuff and tube stuff way long before, right? Biblically it's been in the books, but the roles are no longer the same. The roles have been skewed. So honoring parents could be really tough today because when we say, honor your mother and father, a lot of young people don't have a mother and father. Or when they did, at least in this generation, well, what much did they get from that, right? Not much. So we're in a bit of a, especially when it comes to melanated black people, black mothers, the crazy abortions are coming up everywhere. So already that whole energy and spirit is really affecting us also, right? If we're doing that, and of course our boys out there, our men, are being so irresponsible. Before it was one thing because the system made it that fathers couldn't be involved, but now, with all the baby makers out there or the studs, right, not growing up and being responsible enough, you know, this is what we get. And we're wrapping up here. A prayer for protection as we're going into the long week ahead. 3:12 a.m. 2022, March 28th. A prayer for protection. God, and I'll do it from 1 Samuel 19 and 11 to 17. God, save, protect me from my enemies. Psalm 59. God, save, protect me from my enemies. Protect me, give me refuge from those who come. Rise against me. Save, protect me from those who do evil. And save me, give me victory over murderers, the bloodthirsty. Look, they are waiting to ambush me, my life. Cruel people attack me, but I have not sinned or done wrong. I've done nothing wrong, but they are ready to attack me. Run and get ready. Wake up to the help. Meet me. And look, you are the Lord God, all powerful, almighty of heaven's armies, of hosts, the God of Israel. Arise, awake, and punish. Visit those people. All the nations. Do not give those traitors any mercy. Grace, Salah. They come back at night, evening, like dogs they growl, make a commotion, and roam around, surround the city. Notice what comes up from their mouths: insults, Swords come from the lips because they say, "Who's listening?" But Lord, you laugh at them. You make fun of, ridicule all of them, the nations. God, my strength. I am looking to keep watch for you because God is my defender, refuge. My God loves, is loyal to me, and he goes in front of me. He will help me defeat my enemies. Lord, our protector, shield, do not kill them, or my power, my people will forget. With your power, scatter them. Make them wander and defeat them. Bring them down. They sin by what they say. They sin with their words. They curse and tell lies. So let their pride trap them. Destroy, annihilate them in your anger. Destroy, annihilate them completely so they will be no more. Then they will know that God rules over Israel, Jacob, and to the ends of the earth, Salah. They come back at night like dogs, they growl and roam around, surround the city. They wander about looking for food and they howl if they do not find enough. But I will sing about your strength in the morning. I will sing about your love, loyalty. You are my defender, refuge in my place of safety in times of trouble. The day of distress, God, my strength, I will sing praises. A psalm to you, God, my defender, refuge. You are the God who loves, is loyal to me. So you all catch that. Psalm 59, imprecatory psalms. Imprecatory psalms contained within the book of Psalms of Hebrew Bible, right? Psalms are those that imprecate, invoke judgment, calamity, or curses upon one's enemies or those perceived as the enemies of God. Major imprecatory psalms include Psalm 69, Psalms 109, while Psalms 5, 6, 11, 12, 35, 37, 40, 52, 54, 56, 57, 58, 59, 79, 83, 94, 137, 139, and 143 are also considered imprecatory. As an example, Psalm 69:24 states, "Towards God, pour out your indignation on them, and let your burning anger overtake." So, if you ever feel down and you want to get a little defense, definitely head up on the Psalms. You don't need magic, you don't need witchcraft, and you don't even need to say the Psalms like a spell. Pray with love in your heart and ask for sincere forgiveness, and the Lord will do the rest. So there are some little final prayers I think we could read out in regard to once again being protected, but I'll keep it short. Ecclesiasticus 39:30, King James Version with the Apocrypha. The teeth of the wild beasts and scorpions, serpents, and the sword, punishing the wicked to destruction. And the oracle concerning Babylon, the burden of Babylon, which is Isaiah, the son of Amos, did see. Lift you banner upon the high mountain, exalt the voice unto them, shake the hand that they may go into the gates of nobles. I have commanded my sanctified ones, I have also called my mighty ones. For mine anger, even them that rejoice in my highness, the noise of a multitude in the mountains, like as of a great people, a tumultuous noise of the kingdoms of nations gathered together. The Lord of hosts mustereth the host of the battle. They come from a far country to the end, from the end of heaven, even the Lord and the weapons of his indignation to destroy the whole land. Howl ye, for the day of the Lord is at hand. It shall come as a destruction from the Almighty. Therefore shall all hands be faint, and every man's heart shall melt. And they shall be afraid. Pangs and sorrows shall take hold of them. They shall be in pain as a woman that traveleth. They shall be amazed at one another. Their faces shall be as flames. Behold, the day of the Lord cometh cruel, both with wrath and fierce anger, to lay the land desolate. And he shall destroy the sinners thereof out of it. For the stars of heaven and the constellation thereof shall not give their light. The sun shall be darkened in his going forth, and the moon shall not cause her light to shine. And I will punish the world for their evil, and the wicked for their iniquity. And I will cause the arrogancy of the proud to cease, and I will lay low the haughtiness of the terrible. I will make a man more precious than fine gold, even a woman, or even a man than the golden wedge of Ophir. Therefore I will shake the heavens, and the earth shall remove out of her place in the wrath of the Lord of hosts, and in the day of his fierce anger. And it shall be as the chaste roe, and as the sheep that no man taketh up. They shall every man turn to his own people, and flee everyone into his own land. Everyone that is found shall be thrust through, and everyone that is joined unto them shall fall by the sword. Their children shall also be dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses shall be spoiled, and their wives ravished. Behold, I will stir up the Medes against them, which shall not regard silver as for gold. They shall not delight in it. Their bows shall also dash the young men to pieces, and they shall have no pity on the fruit of the womb. Their eye shall not spare children. And Babylon, the glory of kingdoms, the beauty of Chaldees excellently, shall be as when God overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah. It shall never be inhabited, neither shall it be dwelt from generation to generation. Neither shall the Arabian pitch tent there, neither shall the shepherds make their fold there. But wild beasts of the desert shall lie there, and their houses shall be full of doleful creatures, and owls shall dwell there, and satyrs shall dance there, and the wild beasts of the island shall cry in their desolate houses, and dragons in their pleasant palaces. And her time is near to come, and her days shall not be prolonged. Jeremiah 36:31. And I will punish him and his seed and his servants for their iniquity. And I will bring upon them and upon the inhabitants of Jerusalem and upon the men of Judah all the evil that I have pronounced against them, but they hearkened not. So this in general, Ecclesiastes 8, avoid quarrels and jesting. Respect the repentant, the dead. Listen to the wise. Be cautious towards others. Right? You can look in and read more in detail, but these are foods for thought, right? The wisdom of Solomon. God cared for the Israelites in the wilderness. She prospered in their works in the hand of the holy prophet. They went through the wilderness that was not inhabited and pitched tents in places where they laid no way. They stood against their enemies and were avenged of their adversaries. When they were thirsty, they called upon thee, and water was given out of the flinty rock. Water was given them out of the flinty rock, and their thirst was quenched out of hard stone. By water the Israelites were benefited, and the Egyptians punished. For by what things their enemies were punished, by the same they in their need were benefited. For instead of a fountain of perpetual running water, troubled with foul blood. For a manifest reproof of that commandment whereby the infants were slain, thou gavest unto them abundance of water by a means which they had hoped for, not for, declaring by that thirst then how thou hast punished their adversaries. For when they were tried, albeit but in mercy chastised, they knew how the ungodly were, judged in wrath and tormented, thirsting in another manner than the just. For these thou didst admonish and try as the father, but the other as a severe king thou didst condemn and punish. Whether they were absent or present, they were vexed alike, for a double grief came upon them, and a groaning for the remembrance of things past. For when they heard by their own punishments the other to be benefited, they had some feeling of the Lord, for whom they rejected with scorn, when he was long before thrown out at the casting forth of the infants. Him in the end, when they saw what came to pass, they admired. God punished the Egyptians according to their idolatry. God loves all things. So check out the Unity project. That's another one of the sites that you might want to check out. A voice for America's youth working together to stop COVID-19. And it's run by this guy, Dr. Peter McCullough, the Unity Project, Strategic Adversary Council member, Robert Malone, Chief Medical and Regulatory Officer, Dr. Paul Alexander, Dr. Robert Malone, Dr. Paul Alexander, Chief Scientific Officer, and Dr. Aaron Carity, Chief of Medical Ethics. So pretty much, I'll give you a chance to check it out, and it's online, right? And in the news, counting down to 1925 in the public domain. We're rapidly approaching Public Domain Day. Well, that might have been a while, but for those of you who are maybe into the nostalgia, right? So what happened in January 1st, 2022, the Public Domain Day, all works from 1925 are open to all. So that's all the books, all the media, it's like over nearly 100 years. So, and I guess it's, it wasn't free at the time, but 100 years later, a lot of this stuff is out there. You can take a look and research, right? And you should, willfully so. You can learn so much from the past. Our relationship with COVID vaccines is just getting started. We probably will need additional shots, but just how many depends on our immune systems, the virus, and how often they collide. So this was an article that was written at the end of the end of last year, and Walter Barker has since the fall of 2020 had 5 doses. He's already starting to ponder when he might need a 6th. So I'm not going to go through it all. You can read it. But in the end, this actually is in the news now. They're saying that we have to, well, if you did get it, you should consider getting ready to get another booster, which is now the 4th. Yeah. So I'm just going to breeze through this. There are 2 main reasons to vaccine the already vaccinated: a substantial drop in our body's defenses or a huge hike in the virus offenses. Right? So they're trying to learn how that stuff goes. But I just want to pick on the, to the point. After people's first 2 mRNA shots, level of neutralizing antibodies tick down about 5 to 10-fold from their peak in about 6 months. Now, immunologists are monitoring what happens after the 3rd dose, where antibody levels will stabilize and how long reaching that plateau will take. The lower it is, or the steeper the downslope, the sooner we might be asked to vaccinate again. So it's all about the drop, right? So I believe the idea behind this is to keep the spike protein and the immune system always up, right? It means that it takes away fewer of them to protect you. Deepa Bhattacharya, an immunologist at the University of Arizona, told me that if that process keeps chugging along after the 3rd shot, or perhaps the 4th, we might be able to get away with vaccinating much less often than we are now. The final pace of vaccination will also depend on what we want our shots to achieve. Blocking severe disease requires fewer shots. Trying to suppress most infections and transmissions means more. All right. All of this gets more complicated, though, if coronavirus itself keeps metamorphosing. Already, Omicron is so heavily mutated that many of our vaccine-trained antibodies don't recognize it very well. At the end of the day, that's the immune system. And they're very mad because Africa didn't get into this too much, right? Omicron. Yeah, in Africa, that like we heard Uncle Bill say, he was disappointed, right? So that puts people who are far out from the first doses in a more vulnerable spot. Their defensive walls are low, and the variants genetically primed up to jump extra high. Our current boosters still help in this scenario. So it's a lot of science talk. I'm not a doctor. I'm not gonna be here on that. I'm just gonna let you know that this is the Atlantic. Side effects can keep people out of school or work. We know about that. And researchers don't yet know to what extent boosting might raise the risk of rare serious events such as um, inflammation faced with an unending series of shots. Some people might stop getting them or never start the vaccine series at all. Cumbersome dosing regimens could also exacerbate vaccine inequities as countries with fewer resources struggle to administer repeat shots. Mhm. Right? So they're saying, maybe wait. And someday there probably will be a fourth dose, if not more, experts told me. And many immunocompromised people who don't respond well to vaccines already need them. We might, for instance, pivot to an Omicron specific vaccine in a few months if Delta's still around in the spring. Though we'll have to verify that Omnivax works against both variants for people who haven't gotten shots. We also need to prepare for the possibility of a new variant that could oust Delta, Omicron, or both. No matter what, our next dose probably shouldn't be an exact repeat of the ones we've been getting, modeled on the original SARS-CoV-2 spike. Well, that would make sense, right? Since it's mutating, as they say. It might not be ideal for the immune system to be told yet again this is the version of the spike to pay attention to. That spike's pretty much defunct. Such a tactic would be like asking students to study a decades out of date textbook before a grueling final exam. Yeah. Immune cells could, in a sense, get hung up on ideas that are no longer terribly useful. Yeah, because our genetics always change, right? Or our genes know, but I don't know, I'm not a doctor here, but I would imagine if you keep putting in something in your genes to try and get your genetics changed, I mean, that's still the miracle of being a human being. No matter how much doctors and science trying to crack code and all that, God is a miracle worker. We will not be able to do anything unless we implement the harm itself and then come around and say, well, we can do something to prevent that harm since we made the harm. A version of this phenomenon called imprinting, that's what it is, happens with flu viruses. It's not easily catastrophic, but Gostick and her colleagues have recorded some instances of people's bodies getting so distracted by old flu strains that they don't steel themselves properly against new one, even when given updated vaccines. So, if you want to read up on it, this is what's there, right? So now they said this is what they're pushing, and it's like, hey, if you talk to your doctor, make sure that you get the right advice before you make this decision. I'm not going to say it's good. I'm not going to say it's bad. I'm just saying do your research and look at the big picture of everything. So listen for free for 30 days. The Jew, the Negro, being a study of Jewish ancestry from an impartial standpoint. 1910, written by author Talmage Abernethy. This is something, right? So you try it for a month and you can actually listen to it, right? And this is a good book. It gives you it's been analyzed by numerous modern authors studying racial relations earlier times in America. It's now 3:33 a.m. And of course, today 3:28, the month 3, March 28th, 2022. So this guy was born. So this author is PhD, 1872 1956, professor, Methodist pastor. So he wrote this book. And for example, he published an entire book arguing the Jew of today is essentially Negro, inhabits physical particularities and tendencies. In rare cases, Jews were grouped with blacks. He also has a book. There's another 2006 book, The Price of Whiteness: Jews, Race, and American Identity States, published in 1910 by North Carolina Arthur T. Abernethy. The Jew and Negro argued that ancient Jews had thoroughly mixed with neighboring African peoples, leaving little significant difference between the Jewish and Negro types. As Jews migrated to more temperate climes, their skin lightened and they became successful, but their essential racial similarity to blacks remained unaltered. So take that. Another book to read, The Jew and Negro, being a study of the Jewish ancestry from an impartial standpoint, right? So this is where you can buy it or you can download it here. But I would say, yeah, go for this. If you want the hard print, you could do that. And of course, this is the author himself. And there's other books I would recommend to take a read at if you want to get. And this is for not just for blacks, all right? Not just for that. White people can read this. It's not kryptonite to you. So you can read some of these books and maybe evolve yourself and get over yourselves, right? I mean, we all love you. We just, maybe you don't have to love us, but at least try and understand us. Because we don't want it to come back to you. But it seems like you're pushing for it. The Negro Question, Lee Cummings, very brilliant book. He's got them in different chapters and series on that. It's funny, eh? The Negro Question. Look at all the question marks here. Pretty funny. The Chronological History of the Negro in America, hardcover, January 1st, 1969, Peter M. Bergman. Another good book. The Portuguese in West Africa, 1415, 16, 17. Right? History of the Negro Race in America from 1619, 1880. All right. All volumes. George W. Williams is the author. Slavery existed long before the United States of America was founded, but so did opposition to slavery. So this book looks like a good hot read, right? So this is this is kind of known, right? So look it up, check it out, read it if you must. Valley of the Dry Bones. Right? The 5 Negro Presidents. This is beautiful. A chronological history of the West Indies, education of the Negro. These are great books. But this one here, you know what? If you tell people that some of the United States presidents were black and it's known, they would be like, "What? You lost your mind." Right? But let's see. Can I get a preview of this? I'll take it on another episode. But this comes with the 100 amazing facts about the Negro with complete proof. So you might want to take a look at this. I actually have this book, and you'd be surprised. The miracles and things we've done outranks the 1 or 2 people in this world today who say, "Oh, we can do it all." Nah, this is it right here. All right. So yeah, check out these books if you have a chance, right? Because there's so much rich history, right? 5 books of the laws. Yeah, this is good. That can tell you and teach you about who you are and where you came from. And yes, even with the Caucasian, you too can learn more about where you came from, right? Past and the future, Negro race in America. We don't hate you. We just want to share with you. We don't necessarily even need to integrate or what is it and do all of that in the 60s. Those days are over. You told us, you show us how you feel about us. Negroes must not be likened to Jews. The attitudes of Eastern European Jewish immigrants toward African Americans in a transnational perspective. This is another book, Modern Judaism. Right? So this is more like a book of, telling you the contrary. Writing in early 1903, Peretz Wiernik, the editor of New York Orthodox Yiddish Daily, Morning Journal, tried to explain to English language readers the acute predicaments faced by Jews who lived among Russians in an article titled The Jew in Russia. Wernick referred to the Russian masses as the unhappy medium between the Asiatic and the European. Left to himself, the Russian is mostly a hopeless human being. Wernick argued that the Russians, that is 85 or 90% of them, are much below everything we know here, that we would have to go to the illiterate Southern Negro for a familiar example of their mental capacity. Whoa! Did you hear that? See what I'm saying? So leave us alone, okay? Because I don't know too many bros unless they've been cooned out, sold out, bucked out would even go there or even write like this or speak like this. But look, right? There's a vast scholarship about the relations between various immigrant groups and African Americans. In recent decades, many of those studies fall into the category of whiteness studies. Woo! So yeah, maybe that's another issue right there. Let me see if I can real quick as we wrap up because we're almost done. I just want to actually this is the last page too, so whiteness studies. This is the last bonus actually for tonight. I didn't actually intend to go there. Whiteness studies is the studies of structures that produce white privilege. So that's where white privilege comes from. Is a societal privilege that benefits white people over non-white, blah, 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 with roots in European colonism and imperial, yep. And the examination of what whiteness is when analyzed as a race, a culture, and a source of systematic racism. You see, this is what's happening today. And the exploration of other social phenomena generated by the social compositions, perceptions, and group behaviors of white people. An interdisciplinary arena of inquiry that has developed in the United States from white trash studies. See? Now imagine that, right? When we're going back to the N word. Hey, I want to say the N word. I want to say the N word. So, you know what? You guys can say that, and we'll say the N word and throw in the W word, the white trash into that. So, nigger white trash. Would you like that? You wouldn't like it, right? So take heed. Take heed. Learn from this. White trash is a derogatory racial and class related slur used in American English to refer to poor white people, especially in the rural southern United States. The label signifies a social class inside the white population. And of course, this is designed by your own people, right? So, yeah. So, from white trash studies and critical race studies, particularly since the late 20th century, it's focused on what proponents describe as the cultural, historical, and sociological aspects of people identified as white, and the social construction of whiteness as an ideology tied to social status. So the pioneers include W.E. Du Bois, right? He wrote some books, James Baldwin, right? So this is something to read or look into it if you want to, get another perceptive. And even black people should read this stuff, right? Because even though being all black, pro, blah, all that, we should also kind of open our minds. Just being, because if we want to be a people, part of the thing that, will help us is that we do not become segregated per se, right? So if we were to come together as the, Israelite people all together, all one, in a manner of speaking, right? It's not going to be all that. We should still at least not turn into the people that we are trying to get away from, right? So with that, it's also good. It doesn't mean we should not, rule out. That's why, once again, I do this post because it's intended to be mundane. It's intended to be a little long. It's like a course, right? It's intended to get you critically thinking, like, well, maybe not like the status quo or everyday Joe, but to get your brain working, not get your brain fucked up, insane in the brain, and crack cocaine and, boogie down. That's okay. But eventually, can you see yourself being 80 years old still in that mentality? That would be a shame. That would have been a waste of your life. So open your mind, open your mind up. We could use some new Nat King Cole, some new Bob Marley, some new Toni Morrisons. People of like what it was when I was growing up. They weren't bad people. We just got used to bad people now or bad images now. So you know, so whiteness studies. Well, there you go. We're studying you now. Right? We're studying you now because you were busy studying us, and now you got us down to an art where you created us as an art. So now it's time for us to study you. A boycott is an act of nonviolent voluntary abstention from a product, person, organization, or a country as an expression of protest. It is usually for moral, social, political, or environmental reasons. Purpose of a boycott is to inflict some economic loss on the target or to indicate a moral outrage to try to compel the target to alter an objectionable behavior. Thanks, Charles Boycott. Maybe we should start doing a Blackott, right? Blackott. It is a big elephant to digest, and B1 need to get on point with what has been going on and still goes on and on around us, everywhere, every time, anytime on our time. We need to cover every human right aspect of contemporary late 80s, 90s, old black history, even on all Mzungu devil levels, outside of the century stale, self destructive black culture narrative, talking points, because all cultures indirectly derive from black culture, innovation, and inventions. We should talk about addressing everything outside of the black box of propagated conditioning and non critical thinking. No more bamboozling. The nigger word just called them the same with nigga vigor. Murder is not killing. When a soldier goes to peace, keep with arms to keep the peace from murder. Murder is killing past tense. Its will is done to kill by committing murder. So what about our black, brown, yellow volunteers risking to take the bullet only to have that child, that saved child, put on blackface and call you a nigger? The connotation, spoken intonation, not the word of our actual nigger roots, Niger, dehumanized us to everything negative by any campaign. Journalists tip one hand in the pot, caught red-handed, invisible hand to order of the cult hand. The last boom busted Z's. It's time to grow up to take over the world. So, thank you for tuning in and checking out. I'm about to head out. It is now 3:48 a.m. Oh yeah, Kid Creole. Remember I was telling you about Kid Creole and the coconuts? It's this guy. And he co-founded Dr. Buzzard's original Savannah band, right? So that was not to be confused with the other Kid Creole. So that's, a little extra bonus, right? Cherchez la femme is one of the songs that was from that. So with that, I want you to have a very good, safe week. Dear God, I pray that, well, you keep this planet Earth around for another day, another month, another year, and help us get through this difficult period that we've been into in the last 2 years. So far, many of us are getting through, and unfortunately, a lot of us are not. But protect those people out there who at least deserve some peace and keep them out of danger. And I'm praying also for those folks out there, like, hey, Uncle Klaus, happy birthday coming up. I pray for those folks out there, like him, like Henry Kiss, and all of them, Even for the Azov, I pray for you guys. I pray that you find sense and make sense of it and break out of your spell and your brainwashing. I pray that you get together and you finally come to your senses after like maybe 3, 4, 5 fucking 100 years, like everybody else, right? And make peace with this world and get over yourselves. And that goes for everybody else. Eh? Don't think the ISIS and all what's happening in Africa, all what's happening in the Middle East. Nah, all you motherfuckers, I pray for you. Yeah, because you guys, the few of you who are causing such strife in this world, if you don't come to terms with it, that you're mortal and your soul is in God's hand, if you don't believe that you're going to exist after you die, that's fine. Happy Atheist Agnostic Week. I think that was a couple of days or something like that. Hey, if you don't, that's fine. Okay? So you can do all the thing you want to do and say, okay, after you're dead and gone, you check out, you don't exist. But here's my thing. What if it is true that there is a God? What you gonna do when he comes for you? What you gonna do when the Holy Spirit comes for you? Have yourself a good night, folks.
Welcome to Kiev. This is your ריצ'רד, and right now you're going to hear from me in just about less than 48 hours. Peace out. Guardian, so it's already on the books. We already do these things. Under what circumstances? Well, those include, among others, authorizing a minor 12 years of age or older who may have come into contact with an infectious, contagious, or communicable disease to consent to medical care related to the diagnosis or treatment of the disease. If the disease or condition is one that is required by law or regulation to be reported to the local health officer or a sexually transmitted disease. So this bill would additionally authorize a minor 12 years of age or older to consent to vaccines that meet specified federal agency criteria. Now, what have we just learned with all of the FDA hiding the Pfizer?
Be careful out there. That arm is unstable. Not sure how long it's gonna hold. There's warning lights everywhere. Abort! Abort! We've lost comms. Look out. It's out of control.